Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much that you are present in our ordinary Congress. And I would like to invite the President of the IBA, Mr. Kremlev, to present his opening speech. Mr. President.
Добрый день, моя уважаемая боксерская семья, братья, сестры мои. Я очень рад вас видеть и очень благодарю вас за вашу работу. Также, кто присоединился к нам в онлайн, я приветствую всех. И также благодарю за вашу работу в развитии бокса. Сегодня хочется сказать огромная благодарность Эмиратам за ту возможность, которую они нам дают, за те условия, которые предоставили нам правительству Эмиратам, Министерству Эмиратов и также Национальной Федерации Эмиратов, господину Анасу, за помощь организации и проведения Конгресса. И также всех волонтеров благодарим за их работу. Вот. Ну и нашу боксерскую семью за работу развития бокса. Нам предстоит еще много над чем работать. Сегодня у нас на форуме, вчера, сегодня, какие мы решения примем, это все улучшит наш вид спорта. Наша задача работать в интересах национальных федераций, боксеров и тренеров. Это сердце нашей международной боксерской ассоциации. И мы все спортивные чиновники здесь находимся во благо нашего любимого вида спорта. Бокс – это король спорта. И каждый из вас уделяет время, у всех есть своя работа, но вы приезжаете, участвуете и помогаете боксу. Я благодарен вам за ваше доверие ко мне. Я буду работать, как говорится, в 2-3 раза еще больше. Потому что то доверие, которое вы мне даете, мы не только должны оправдать. Я лично и офис IBA, и совет директоров должен.
The office of IBA
А мы в
and the board of
10-кратно должны
directors,
это доверие увеличить.
10 times, tenfold. We need to multiply that.
Спасибо вам всем.
Fulfilling of expectation in
наш
terms of that
конгресс.
trust. So, thank you all. And now let's proceed to beginning of our ordinary congress.
Thank you, Mr. President. Firstly, I would like to welcome all members of the IBA Board of Directors who were able to be here with us today. I would like also to welcome the members and their representatives of all the national boxing federations and the leaders of the confederations. Thank you for being here with us today. I would like also to extend my special thanks and appreciation to the president of the UIA Boxing Federation and his professional team for hosting these IBA events all these days. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Anas Alotaiba, president of the UIA Boxing Federation, for his welcome remarks. Please, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will continue my speech in Arabic. سعادة عمر كرملف رئيس
Your Excellency Omar Kamlev, the President of the IBA, Your Excellencies, presidents of national federations, ladies and gentlemen, honorable audience, on behalf of myself and the UAE Boxing Federation, I welcome all of you to the United Arab Emirates, the land of tolerance and loveliness, and I hope you enjoy a peaceful stay. It's my pleasure to meet with you in person today after a long absence due to the pandemic, COVID-19. Today we are meeting again to discuss many topics that are related to boxing. We have been keen on working with the IBA side by side in order to provide all pathways to success, to come out with this meeting and Congress at a high level of organization in order to exhibit to the world the level of development that our sport, boxing, is witnessing. Boxing started in 1904 in Olympics in St. Louis in 7 weights, and it didn't disappear from the Olympics since then. It is today under the threat to be extinct in 2028 in Los Angeles if we do not take precautions to avoid that. The IBA was founded in 1931 under the name of IBA, and in 1994 it was changed to IBA, and in 2021 it was changed to IBA with a lot of reforms that comply with the modern age. During all of these years, the IBA has made a lot of contributions to graduating many boxers who are considered stars in the sport and who have been inspiring millions of young men in the world. Top of them, Muhammad Ali Clay, who said, "I hated every moment of training, but I repeated to myself, never give up. Be tired now and live a champion for the rest of your life." So our motto should be that do not surrender, and we will keep fighting till the end to save the dreams of our boxers. And thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you once again, the UAE Boxing Federation, for hosting our events in the beautiful city of Abu Dhabi. Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity now to introduce you and welcome additional attendees in the Today Congress. On the left of mine is Mr. Yuri Zaitsev, the IBA Legal Counsel, who will help us with the legal issues and not only. And also we are honored to have in presence the Professor McLaren and his partner, which is Mr. Martin Lake. And I would like to permit me, Mr. President, to propose that Professor McLaren and Mr. Lake to become the scrutineers of our Congress. If all you are in agreement, please. Any objection? Thank you very much. And thank you, Professor McLaren and Mr. Lake, for their kind assistance during the Congress. I would like to proceed with the LUMI team in order to provide us information for the voting process. And I will kindly ask all voting delegates attending this Congress online must have their cameras on all times. Additionally, please note that according to Article 7.1 and the regulations of the Congress, an election non-voting delegates attend this Congress meeting without being entitled to vote or speak. So only voting delegates are invited to speak today. I kindly ask the LUMI team to proceed with the roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. We are just registering one further federation, so I can now give you an accurate...
I cannot hear you. Can you please?
So I'm just registering a further member federation right now with the scrutineers to give you an accurate number, and I will share my screen shortly.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Secretary General, the roll call is being displayed right now. So we have 80 member federations in the room. That's 80, and 23 are online. A total of 103 currently registered for the Congress.
Thank you very much. I understand. Thank you very much, Peter. I understand that now we have the quorum, and so we shall move in the explanation of the voting system and conduct the test vote. Lumi, please, you have the floor.
Thank you once again. So I'm now going to share some slides with you to give you instructions on how to vote. So please could we show the slides on screen. For all members who are in the room, you have an electronic voting device and an electronic smart card. Please now insert that smart card into your device to receive a welcome message. When we open the poll on the electronic voting device in the room, you will see the voting options presented to you. That is a yes, no, or abstain option. To cast your vote, you simply scroll using the trackball underneath the screen to your desired choice, and when it is highlighted, you press the green square to submit your vote. When you have successfully submitted your vote, you will see a vote received message appearing on your screen. Whilst the poll is open, if you wish to change your vote, you press the red triangle to cancel your choice, and then you resubmit your vote. You must do this whilst the poll is open. When the poll is closed, it will return to the IBA logo. For those delegates who are participating online, you must log in to the Lumi voting platform page, which many of you have done so already. You do this by logging in online and then using your unique username and password that has been emailed to you. Once you have successfully logged in, you will see the home screen. And whilst I'm mentioning this, for all of you that are on Zoom, if you wish to participate and speak within Zoom, you simply click the raise hand icon, and that will notify the team that you wish to speak. Now, when it comes to a voting item, for those of you online, you must minimize Zoom and return to the voting platform page where you will then be able to cast your vote. To minimize Zoom, you simply click on the minimize icon, and if you do not see that, click the escape button, and then the minimize icon will be revealed. But once again, all voting takes place within the Lumi voting platform page. To cast your vote, for those of you online, just simply click your desired choice. It will become highlighted in blue, and you will see a vote received message appearing just above the voting options. When the poll is closed, it will return back to that home page, and then you can then click back into Zoom to continue watching the meeting and see the voting results. So I'm now going to proceed to our test vote to ensure that everybody is comfortable with the voting process. So the test vote will be simply a statement. The weather will be sunny tomorrow. And I will now open the vote. And the vote is now open for all of you in the room to cast your vote using your electronic voting device, and for all of you that are online and participating. So please cast your votes now. Once again, those of you in the room, simply scroll to highlight your choice and then press the green square to submit your vote. And you should see a vote received message on your screen. For those of you that are online, please select your desired choice within the Lumi voting platform page. The scrutineers are currently watching the voting process with me, and many of you have voted, so thank you very much, but I will just pause for a further 30 seconds to ensure that those in the room can participate, and of course those online, but many of you have already voted.
We have an issue with the gentleman. They are in the center, please.
So the Lumi support team are currently assisting those voting members who have any concerns or issues. For those of you online, just a final reminder, please minimize Zoom, return to the Lumi voting platform page to cast your vote. Mr. Secretary General, I'm just going to register 3 further members who did not collect their cards.
Of
And
course,
you're happy-
if the scrutineers accepted this one, we have no objection.
Thank you.
They are online
In the rooms, sir.
in the room, of course. This is for our members. We are welcome all.
Thank you for that. So, Mr. Secretary General, just to confirm that we have now got 83 members in the room and 24 online registered. That's a total of 107.
Thank you very much.
So the vote is still open. So please, those of you that have just received your voting cards, please cast your vote now.
Here. Yes.
So I can see just one more card to be delivered.
Okay. Yes.
And Mr. Secretary General, just one more card in the room being registered.
84 means,
That's correct.
correct?
Ярослав голосующих зарегистрирован. Не, вообще здесь нет.
Okay, so a further 10 seconds then. 10 seconds for this test vote. Five seconds. I can now declare that the vote is closed, and we will now present the results to you. There you are, Mr. Secretary General.
You received the results from all the machines, correct?
There are a few people online, sir, that did not vote, but that, you know, they're online, so it's hard to know.
How many, please?
5 members online did
Okay.
not vote.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Then we can proceed. We have the quorum. With the ordinary Congress can start. I would like to give the floor to the legal counsel, Mr. Zaitsev, to present the current IBA membership issues. Yes, we'll do it after. Oh, okay. No, sorry. First issue is the approval of the previous Congress minutes. According our constitution, the minutes of the previous Congress have been circulated. We did not receive any comments. We will therefore proceed with a vote to approve the minutes. And the question is, do you approve the minutes of the IBA Extraordinary Congress held in September 2022? I kindly ask Lumi to open the vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. So I can now declare that the vote is open to approve the minutes. So those of you in the room, please cast your vote now. And those of you online, please return to the Lumi voting platform page to cast your vote now. So 15 seconds remaining. Five seconds. And I can now declare that the vote is closed. And we will now present the results to you. Over to you, Mr. Secretary General.
Vote yes, 1 no, and 3 abstain. According to the Article 24.1 of the Constitution, it is needed the half plus 1 of the attendance to be approved. It is approved with very high percentage. Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to our legal counsel in order to proceed with the membership issues.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, dear delegates, dear directors, and dear guests of this Congress. I will present you current membership issues we have at the moment. And the good news, we have application, one application to be IBA member. And not so good news, we still have two national federations suspended. And today we have to decide how to help these federations and what to do with these federations. So on 24th of June 2022, the Board of Directors decided to grant provisional IBA membership to Niue Boxing Federation in accordance with Article 9.3 of our Constitution. Following the decision of the Board, this issue shall be referred to the Congress to admit the membership of the Federation. So this Federation applied for permanent membership at the IBA, and on 5 November 2022, at the board meeting in Dubai, the directors recommended this Congress to admit Niue Federation as a national federation and a permanent member of IBA. The next slide, please. Yeah, on this slide you can see some information about this country. It's island country in South Pacific Ocean. It is not member of United Nations, but United Nations organizations have accepted its status as a freely associated state as equivalent to independence for the purpose of international law. So Niue is a self-governing state and in free association with New Zealand, and New Zealand conducts most diplomatic relations on its behalf. And Niue Island Sports and Commonwealth Game Association, which is the main sports body of this country, is an associate member of the Oceania National Olympic Committee. So this country is present in the Olympic movement, and now we invite you to vote. Next slide, please. So the proposal, just remind the proposal of the Board of Directors was to admit this federation, and that is why the question is, do you agree to admit the Niue Boxing Federation as a new National Federation and the member of IBA. And I kindly ask Lumi to conduct the vote.
Thank you very much. So I can now declare that the vote is open for this motion. So please cast your votes now in the room using your voting device and online via the Lumi voting platform page. So please vote now. So 15 seconds remaining.
No.
Five seconds. And I can now declare that the vote is closed. And the results are now being displayed to you.
And then
Okay. We need again, according to the 24.1 article of our constitution, simple majority. They are already approved and is our new member. I would like to welcome new boxing federation in the family of IBA. And I'm very happy to announce you that now we have 204 members, full members in our federation.
thank you, Mr. Secretary General.
Please
So,
proceed.
We'll move forward with the next issue. The country is St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I just remind that 1 year ago, on 12 December 2021, at the virtual Congress, the delegates decided to keep suspension of this federation and to keep monitoring the situation. Within this year, we had several meetings between IBA and the National Federation representatives, but the biggest problem of this federation that they don't have united. They have several groups, and each group believes that only this group is the legal federation. And at this moment, they have this internal fight, and it's really difficult to understand which group is legal, which is not, because unfortunately, we don't have very good contact with the National Olympic Committee, and we requested a few times the information, the list of the members, the constitution, and we request official confirmation from the National Olympic Committee, but it looks that the federation is still in crisis. The good sign is that they paid debts to the IBA, and it demonstrates that they have intention to change the situation, but we still need the time to solve internal problems in this national federation. And that is why this matter has been discussed by the directors on the board meeting of 5 November 2022. And the board decided to recommend the Congress to keep suspension on this federation and to monitor the situation till next ordinary Congress meeting. And the next slide, please. So I kindly ask Lumi to conduct the voting. Do you agree to keep the suspension of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Boxing Federation and to monitor the situation till the next ordinary Congress meeting?
Thank you very much. And Mr. Secretary General, can I just confirm and inform you that a further 2 members have joined online. So we have 26 members online, 84 in the room. That's 110 in total.
Can you please repeat? 84 present and
80, so, sir, that is 84 in the room
yes?
and 26 online, a total of 110.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I'll now progress to the vote on this item, and I can now declare that the item is open. So please cast your votes now, both in the room and online via the Lumi voting platform page. Thank you. So the poll is open and will remain open for a further 15 seconds. Please cast your vote now. Five seconds remaining. And I can now declare that the vote is closed. And we will now present the results to you. Thank you.
It is agreed, and we keep the suspension according to your decision.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. And the last issue
Thank you.
for today is Vanuatu National Federation. So again, I just wanted to remind you that 1 year ago, in December 2021, the virtual Congress decided to keep suspension of this national federation and to keep monitoring the situation. Unfortunately, within this year, National Federation did not respond IBA correspondence. However, on 4th of November, the National Olympic Committee contacted us and reported about current progress. We found that Federation elected new board, but this board, unfortunately, was elected without notification of IBA as required by our membership policy. Then National Olympic Committee clarified us that it was just temporary board and they are going to make new elections. So the situation at the moment does not allow us to lift the suspension, but also, according to our estimation, we have no reasons to terminate the membership of this federation. That is why the matter has been discussed by the board of directors, and the recommendation of the board of directors again to keep the suspension and to monitor the situation till the end meeting. And immediately after, if you of course, if you agree with this recommendation of the board of directors, immediately after, we will work together with OSBC to Oceania Boxing Confederation to solve the issue and to find right direction for this national federation. So the next slide, please. Sorry, one slide back. So the proposal is, do you agree to keep the suspension of the Vanuatu Boxing Federation and to monitor the situation till the next ordinary Congress meeting? I kindly ask Lumi to conduct the voting.
Thank you very much. And a further update on the quorum is that we have one further federation that has joined in the room. That's a total of 85 in the room, and one further federation online. That's 27 online, a total of 112 federations. The item is now open for voting, so please, those of you in the room, please cast your vote now using your device, and those online, please return to the Lumi voting platform page to cast your vote.
الإنترنت يمكنكم
The
استخدام
poll is
اللومي
open.
والاستطلاع مفتوح، التصويت مفتوح. إذن هل توافقون على تعليق اتحاد فانواتو للملاكمة ومراقبة الوضع؟
15 seconds remaining.
بقي 15 ثانية.
That's 5 seconds remaining.
5 ثوان.
And I can now declare that the vote is closed for this
وأعلن
item.
أن التصويت قد أغلق لهذا البند.
And we are now presenting the results to
ونعرض
you.
عليكم النتائج.
It is agreed.
إذن تمت الموافقة
81
على
votes
هذا
in favor,
القرار مع
no 9, abstain
81
13.
صوت على هذا
Okay, thank you very
القرار.
much.
شكرا
And thank
جزيلا
you,
لكم
Yuri,
وشكرا يوري على
and Lumi for your
ولومي
assistance.
على مساعدتكما.
Now you will permit me to go
والآن
as fast
اسمحوا لي
possible in my
أنتقل إلى
Secretary General report.
التقرير الأمين
And,
العام للاتحاد
I would
الدولي
like
للملاكمة
to give you
IBA
very briefly
وأعطيكم
what
بصورة
it was
موجزة
done
ما
this
تم
period, and
القيام به
especially
خلال هذه الفترة
the
خاصة
last months.
في الشهر الفائت.
First of all, in order, because the heart of our operation is sport, I would
كما
like to
تعلمون لأن عملنا
present
في
you
الرياضة سأعرض
the
عليكم
general update on the sports
المستجدات
related
التي
matters. The
تتعلق
contest will be the
بالرياضة
2023 calendar.
وما هو
The first IBA
التقويم
Pro
الخاص بعام
Series, you will
2023.
participate and you will see it today night.
إذن
The World
هناك
Boxing Tour,
تقويم
which is
خاص
in
بعام
process already.
2023
The
وستحصلون
technological
عليه
advancement
هذه
in
الليلة
boxing and what we
سلسلة
now already
العروض
implement
الخاصة
in
بالIBA
our
وجولة للملاكمة
competition
حول
process.
العالم وآخر
The prize
تطورات
money for
التكنولوجيا في
the
الملاكمة
2023
والجائزة
and
النقدية
the new
في عام
partnership we have with
2023
the global supplier.
أيضا
Sting
الشراكات
and the
سلسلة
general
الشراكات وما هي
As
المعدات
concerns the calendar,
العامة لرياضة الملاكمة.
we have already
بالنسبة
confirmed and signed
للتقويم
contracts with the
أكدنا
World
ووقعنا
Championship for Elite
اتفاقيات
Women in New
مع
Delhi. It will take
إليت
place
وومن
the
في
15
نيو
to
دلهي
31st
وسيجري
in March.
هذا الحدث في من
And the Elite Male in
15 حتى
Tashkent, the
31
1st to
مارس
14 May of
2023
2023.
وأيضا توقيع
The
لإليت
junior
ميل
one
في
is
طشقند
to
من
be
1
decided,
إلى
but
14
it
مايو
will take place November
2023
2023, and we are in the final stage of the
جونيور
negotiations
DBD
with the
أيضا
candidates in
سيتم
order
التوقيع عليه
to be
في
achieved
نوفمبر
and collect the
2023
one who will organize this one.
سيقومون بتنظيم
As
هذه
concern
الفعالية.
the World
سنطلعكم
Boxing
على
Tour, we have
المستجدات
5 golden
لاحقاً.
belt series and
بالنسبة
1 bronze
لجولة
belt series
الملاكمة العالمية سيكون
already
لدينا سلسلة من
approved and
الأحزمة
signed
الذهبية
agreement.
5 سلاسل
We are in the
الذهبية
final negotiation for the
وسلسلة
global
للحزام
boxing cup in
البرونزي.
Bahrain. And the
وأيضا
next days, the
سيكون
president
هناك
and me will
بطولة كأس
have then
العالم
final
بالملاكمة
negotiations
بالبحرين في نوفمبر.
in this very important championship. And of course, the next year
وبالطبع
is
في العام
we have in
القادم
October,
أيضا سيكون لدينا في شهر
very close from
أكتوبر
here in Riyadh, the World Combat
قريبا
Games.
جدا من هنا في الرياض سيكون هناك
Today, after
ألعاب القتال
the
العالمية.
Congress, the afternoon, we will have the IBA Champions Night
واليوم سيكون لدينا أمسية أبطال
first time.
الاتحاد
Always
الدولي
we have first time in
للملاكمة،
IBA events,
ودائما
first time
سيكون
World Boxing
لدينا
Tour, first time the
جولات،
Champions Night.
وأول
It
مرة
will be
يكون لدينا
first time ever
أمسية
the IBA Pro Series
للملاكمين.
event. We'll
الكثير
have
من
7 fights,
الأشياء
5 male, 2
تقام
female.
لأول مرة،
We'll have a different color
وسيكون
in the corners,
لدينا
black and white.
7 جولات قتال اليوم،
in
5
normal program we
للذكور
have red and blue.
واثنتين للإناث.
The boxers will
ستكون
wear shorts
هناك
only and tank tops and for the female
زوايا
boxers.
باللونين الأسود
And the first,
والأزرق بدلا من الأحمر
Pro Series
والأزرق.
label Champions Night
وسيرتدي الملاكمون
will combine
الشورت
the great mix of professional and amateur boxers. which they have
والفانيلا العلوية
Olympic
فقط
World
للملاكمات
Championship
الإناث.
titles.
وسيتم
As concerns
الإعلان
the
عن
World Boxing
الفائزين
Tour,
في الليلة
first of all,
أبطال
we
الاتحاد
had an
الدولي،
event in
وسيكون
Slovenia
هناك
in October
فعالية في
2022.
سلوفانيا أيضا
Just
في
now
أكتوبر
finished the second one in
2022.
Guadalajara.
للتو
And,
انتهت أول
And
فعالية في
what we
غوادالخارا.
is the plan is to deliver
والخطة
one
هي
major
أن
World Boxing Tour event per continent.
نقوم
To have 5
ببطولة
big
تخص
events,
الملاكمة
one per
في
continent.
كل قارة
The
في
prize
كل
money
عام. والجائزة النقدية
will also be applied in these events
سيتم
in order to
تطبيقها في
secure
هذه
the
الفعاليات
stability
من
for our
أجل
boxers.
ضمان
And of course, we'll
استقرار
have
الملاكمين لدينا.
ranking points for these
ولدينا
events,
أيضا نقاط
which
خاصة
will be
بالتصنيفات،
added in
وسيتم
the general system
إضافتها
of
في
the ranking.
النظام العام للتصنيف
And
الملاكمين.
in the 2023,
وفي عام
we'll select the top
2023
ranked
سننتقي
boxers.
أفضل
And then we'll
الملاكمين
see
تصنيفا
board of directors how we'll proceed
بالتعاون
with
مع
them in order to
مع
think
مجلس
about awards,
الإدارة،
etc.
وسنجد
I
آلية
will
لذلك
give you
من
a short
خلال
report
التنسيق
exact
مع هؤلاء
in bullet
الأفراد.
points what we did
وأعطيكم
in
أيضا
the
بعض
sports
النقاط
department reforms.
الرئيسية
We
فيما
reform
يخص
all
الإصلاحات
our
التي
federation and
قمنا
also in
بإجرائها
our
في
competition and
هذه
which
الرياضة.
is the main operation we have. We focus in the judgment.
إذا نحن
And,
نركز
this
على
is- I
التحكيم
mentioned also yesterday to the forum,
بصورة
I don't accept
أساسية.
that
وكما قلت
we have
لكم
two
أنا
categories judged.
لا أتفق
That
أن
the good
يكون
ones,
يكون
the
لدينا
good ones are good ones where
نوعين
are
مختلفين من
used by
الحكام.
IOC, and the same ones are not good when they are participating in our world championships and section events. This is unacceptable. This is a big discrimination
إذا
and
إن
a
هذا
big offense
تمييز كبير
to our referees and
ضد
judges.
الحكام المحكمين في مباراة الملاكمة، أن نفصل
assistant
بين
of the
أنواع
Professor McLaren,
المحكمين وبأوامر من
we
البروفيسور
check everything
ماكلارن.
before
فقد تفقدنا
enter.
كل هذه
We have a
النقاط
very
قبل
good
أن ندخل
selection,
إلى هذه
and we have
الفعالية،
for this very
وقمنا
good result.
بانتقاء دقيق
This
جدا
comment is completely
لهؤلاء
unacceptable from my
الحكام
point of view.
ولآلية وضع
But in
الحكام.
order to assist
والتمييز
our
غير مقبول
judges, we
أبدا.
implemented
وقبل أن نقوم بتقييم
the
الحكام
4
نقوم
cameras
بإجراء
manipulation check. We have 4
تفقد من الزوايا الأربعة
digital cameras
لكيفية
to
قيام
support
الحكام
the
بعملهم.
referees,
ولدينا
and
كاميرات
4D
رقمية
system
خاصة
for better replays, and
وأنظمة
we have an additional
تصوير
spider
رباعي
camera
الأبعاد.
in order to
ولدينا أيضا
have
كاميرا إضافية
the view
تعطينا
of every corner, every
رؤية
second of
للزوايا
the
الأربعة
competition.
معا، ونأخذ
We
القرار
have prize
الصائب
money,
فيما يخص بجودة
which we will
التحكيم.
do through bank
والجائزة
transfers in order
النقدية
for
أيضا
in
ستكون
credit,
من نصيب
integrity, and
الحكام،
reliability, and we
والمخصصة
secure via sport data the
للشفافية
CDPR
والنزاهة
compliant of the
والمصداقية
database. This is very important and very
والامتثال
sensitive issue
للقواعد والأنظمة الموجودة في
for the
قاعدة
operation,
البيانات
especially in
الخاصة
Europe,
بنا.
but not
وهذا
only
أمر
Europe
في
now,
غاية
worldwide.
الأهمية خاصة في أوروبا.
We
ليس فقط في
exploring the
أوروبا
possibility
ولكن
to
في
add
كل
a
مكان.
third ring to attractive schedule. We are looking
قمنا
if we can
بوضع جدول شيق جدا
make
لهذه
the program
الأمور،
shorter
ونجعل
from
البرنامج
15 days to go
أقصر.
to 10 days.
حولناه من 15
Our
يوما
committees and
إلى
our
10
experts
أيام
are
فقط.
working on this to have three working rings same time. And I believe that can be a good option for decision in the board of directors soon. And we implemented also the world rankings based on the ranking for boxers per each category. Two will be invited in the first four. Gold, silver, 2 bronze will be invited in the diamond one. And in the Global Boxing Cup in the 2023, we'll have a high prize money. I will give you later on also the figures. And of course, we, as the president announced before a few days, we had an agreement with one professional other organization, of boxing organization, WBA, and we are here in order to proceed with new ones. I will give you very shortly the technological advancement in boxing, what we did. First of all, we have a stable partnership with Sport Data. This company is based by and backed by the Rise Robotics. They have a very, very big personnel and high-level security equipment and processes. One of these is the new chip, which in the smart nano chip in the smart glove, which we are in process as IBA to have it for in exclusivity. And also the IBA will become eco-friendly. Means that is an issue which we need to focus. Is one of the criteria of the IOC also, the environmental sustainability, and I will tell you how this will happen. The boxers will receive the membership card, and then which will be scanned with a scan machine in every event, and will not need to print documents. Will not need to have accreditation as this one which you have today. Will have completely different approach very, very, very soon. As the president also announced yesterday, we will have the IBA platform in order to include all the ecosystem here. And one part of this will be the section with the results and all the information about every bout. We put again in the process the bout review and introduced and tested in the youth championship in Spain. And this is automated, means it works in parallel. We don't need to wait until in the past that it will come this after the competition review. Means has no sense. If the competition is ended, we have a result and then we review that it happened a mistake. This is coming now in parallel, lifetime. And the decisions are we are taking on time, means during the competition, means doesn't exist a wrong decision. The timing and scoring system will be offered, this is a decision by the president, will be offered to all the national federation by free. And this is in order all to be connected in the same system, in order all to be included in the boxing ecosystem we are created. The management of the boxers in medical records will be through the new system. We'll have 3D scans of the venues and hotels and plan sports presentations. And this will be provided from our own public in our website, and all the national federation will have priorly during our inspection how is the venue, how is each hotel, how are the rooms inside, and to have a better view in order to select what exactly they want and where they want to stay, how is the venue, to have the picture before, like to visit it. We will give you in real time this one. And we will have with 3D scan all the venues, as I told you, and the registration process will be through the new database, and this will have some deadlines, and the LOC will have much less work because of this, much less work. Now about the prize money, I believe that it is very interesting to have what exactly will happen. The president achieved this year for a record prize money for the elite male, $5 million. Never again. A few years before, we didn't have a prize money. Now, 1 year after, we have 5 million. It's one of the biggest prize money. I would like to tell you, because I have the picture of the other international federations, to have a contract like we achieved in Tashkent for 10 million can be achieved for 2 or 3 federations in international federations worldwide. And I can give you who can do this one, can do FIFA, can do FIBA, basketball, and cycling. And now we have a fourth one, boxing. Don't exist these kind of numbers in any other sport. In order to have the reality what's happening here in IBA. And also, we secured and we signed with the Indian Boxing Federation, the elite women, and the prize money will be 2.4 million for the ladies. Very, very high prize money. You cannot find this one in other international federations, especially for the ladies. As concerns the World Boxing Tour, Diamond will be in 500K. The 5 golden will be in 300K. The silver one will come 100K, and the bronze in 50K. The first golden is end of January in Marrakesh in Morocco. And there we have 300K prize money. And the last, the Global Boxing Cup, which is the team cup, the prize money will be $4 million. $2 million will be for the gold team, 1 million for the silver, the second team, and the other 2 bronze medalists will take from 500K. In parallel, we signed a 6-year partnership agreement with Sting. Sting will provide the majority of the equipment for IBA events, including gloves, tape and gauze, rings, competition staff, and volunteers' uniforms. And this will follow, and we will assist also the cooperation of Sting with all the confederation. Means that you will be in position. This is our general agreement, that you will be in position, you, the confederations, to have a separate agreement with our assistance with the Sting, in order to have a benefit for your continental confederations. And from now on in IBA, we will use only the homologated and safe equipment by affiliated partners, in order also to return the exclusivity and the incomes which we retain from them. Now, as concerns the IBA development through the 22-23, I will go very fast. We recap the Rule 20 about review, and the Rule 25, the TO selections, criteria, and ethics and behavior are already in our website, and you can have it in detail. We deliver a lot of courses, and today I would like to tell you that the president also agreed for the next year big process as concerns the referees and the coaches. And this will be announced by the president a little later. And of course, the sport data, we have now a new system, e-learning, because the courses will take place in two ways. First of all, will be the course of in physical presence, and we will have the opportunity when we will finish this Congress. I kindly ask you don't leave, because we'll have two presentations, one from the Japanese Federation, which they would like to present us a proposition for the scoring system. This is only a proposition for taking some ideas. And also we will invite Mr. Martelli, the chairman of the committee, of the trainers and coaches committee, in order to give us a short presentation how this coaches development will take part the next year. We have the agreement. He will give you some more information about how we will proceed next year in order you to make your plans and to apply. But the main idea is that in the physical seminars will not take place only for one country, but will go in one country, and we will invite the neighbor countries in order to have a bigger audience and to have better results and to make an economy. And same time, we'll have the online education, which will take place through the sport data e-learning system, which is a very forward system. I will give you an information about this later. I'm going very fast about the Rule 20, but to review, which reintroduced, as I told you, from the November 5th by a decision of the Board of Directors. And as I told you, we introduced this one in Spain, and it was extremely well received because of we monitor it. I will tell you, extremely quick to deliver. It's on the same time. It's in 2 minutes we have a conclusion about any bout. The latest 2 minutes is around the average is 1 minute. As concerns, I will give you one statistic about the IBA Youth Championship. We had 573 bouts, and we analyzed and we reviewed with this system 66 bouts, and of these 66, the 15 changed the result. Means that 15 cases were corrected. Now, as concerned, I will go very fast. The technical and competition rules amended the 1st September of 22. I told you about the Rule 25, but the new one is that the removal of head guards for the elite females. This is something new. And it was discussed also with the athletes, and they are in favor of this change. I will give you very fast what happened this year, and will be more updated the next year according to the program the president decided today. We had 1-star coaches in the level of 1-star coaches, 15 courses. In 2-star coaches, 2 courses. You see beside the member of the participants, 403 students in the first, 39, 1-star NJ course, 8 courses with 138 students, 2-star 36 students, 3 courses, and you will see, I will not read all, but you have the picture what happened last year. The new year will be much more upgraded. And in this whole process, we will, as I told you, we will add the learning through the sport data, which will be for the online education process. Now, marketing and commercial matters, we are doing a new, completely reconstruction because we start from zero. What the leadership, the new leadership of IBA received from IBA was a big zero. Didn't exist anything about marketing and commercial matter. Now we are starting to do the work from scratch, from for blank paper. Okay. This is more or less a plan. We have two big categories, two pillars. We will base it to the fund grow because the fund, as you have seen yesterday, the people who are the fans of boxing are more than $500 million. This is a big number. And we will concentrate to fund growth and also to present world-class events. World-class events included this Congress, which, because I have experience, is one of the best organized Congress I have seen in not only this, all the Congresses of IBA are one of the best. I was in a sport accord as executive director. I have the picture of what's happening in other federations. Some others, they have same level, but not a few. It's a high level standards. And the competitions are very high level, according to my point of view, and are developed. And this is the one focus, because if we have high level events, we can sell our rights better. If our events will be poor, we cannot sell it in a good price, or we cannot sell it at all. And if we will have also more fans, we will have more audience, and this will be more attractive for the sponsors. These are more or less the pillars which will work will base in financial sustainability, the planability, because we need to have a plan, the fun and world-class products, and of course the tactical choices. How we'll proceed this one? The plan is 10 years plan. This cannot come, IBA was, I told yesterday also, was in a stone epoch. And now is a very speed process, and in a few months was digitalized the competition. Very speed process, which a new board of directors and the president are doing in order to go from the stone epoch, because it was in a stone epoch, to the digital one, and we achieved it partially. Look, the first transform will be between now and 2024, and the objective will focus to the planability and the fund growth. This is because if we will have audience, this we can sell it after. The second period will be 25 to 28, where we'll focus to the financial and the product. We'll increase the event quality, innovate the products, we'll add additional revenue streams, and we'll accelerate shift to the digital business model. And the last period will be 29 to 2032, which will include all. We'll explore the market, we'll drive operations efficiency, we'll implement new revenue streams, and we'll increase the scale of our events, the digital process and control of them as necessary. Means speed of execution, innovations, and finally the third level will be the efficiency. And yesterday, those who participate in the forum, you have seen the presentation and what we want to do. This is the new boxing ecosystem, and all the boxes slowly will be fulfilled. We have on the right up the sports data now, not the company sport data, the sports data, our data, the boxing data, now operating. The video platform is not ready, but we are in process to be implemented. The mobile application is working for the competition, but not for all the features. The website is working, but it will be developed in a different way as a part of the platform, as yesterday announced. The fund data and the NF data is under construction. The merchandise and e-commerce, we are processing this. We'll implement digital ticketing, which will give us some revenues. And of course, the learning, which is a part, very important part, the learning of the digitalization and the other processes which are coming together. We have a new commercial program and sponsorship, as you have seen, and one by one, the boxes are fulfilled. We have the global partner, Gazprom. We have the IBA global suppliers. The first is Sting, and we'll fulfill all the rest of the boxes very, very quick. We are in process for this, and we are under negotiation with big companies. The new one, all are new. The last new is the brand strategy. We'll create, we have with an agreement with a company about the brand. The companies we play is one of the most efficient in this area, and we will proceed now with the branding, which is very important, and this will not be applied only to IBA, but it will be applied with all the confederations. Now, as concerned what we have ready already, online and on-site main services. We have the accreditation management you enjoyed today and in the last events. We have electronic waiting. This is very important because first of all it's accurate, and the second is that we keep the data automatically in our data system, and we know if I participate to waiting before 4 months in another competition, now in a second competition, before 1 year in another competition. We have exactly all the information about the specific athlete. And of course, the timing and scoring, which is very elevated. We have better screens, more information on this. The OVR result and management. We have electronic RNJ draw. And of course, for the athletes in the competition, we have new TV graphics. We have electronic medal ceremony, and the flags and all appear on the screen. We don't need the old process to find the flags, and this automatically with our program are appearing on the screen. We have a public display of graphics and visualization, access control, live schedule and match results, information of the ranking application. The ranking is automatically updated after every event and every day of the event. And online system event information, which is on the road. You see the pictures. These are from our applications, which are working now. The membership technology in progress is the IBA online membership management, the NF federation system, online event registration system, the online accreditation system, all are online, and the data analysis, data migration. As concerns the evaluation and the digitalization for the referees and J's, we are doing analysis of the current process. We will digitalize all steps and data collection. We'll store the central database and link with about related information. Interface exports and reports for real-time information. Of course, the information system will be extending analysis, trends, evaluations, etc. And we will establish also something which is very important, the RJ-like system based on evaluation data. This didn't exist before, and or was in some papers, nobody knew. Now this will be in public. And this will be a very important tool for the integrity, first of all, and also for the interest of the referees to appear in a higher position. Means that they will have an internal good way competition, to have good results and to have better ranking as they are doing the athletes. This is the new e-learning upcoming system. Will be based on videos from competitions, and will be focusing the evaluation, training, analysis, and of course we'll have online examination. Means this will take part in an online way. We don't need to go for left and right, or our federation's members to wait their queue to have 1 year after e-learning and examination. This will take place according to the program which we will do online by far. Now, last but not least, as yesterday we spoke, we have two innovations. First of all, we are working for the smart glove, which is the nano chip. This will give us, is a big technology. It's very high level technology. It's the only chip which, it exists a lot of chips, but this which we are working is the only one which is measuring also the impact. All the rest, they are measuring the kinesiology. This one is measuring the impact. What does mean this one? And Mr. Philippatos will understand me very well. First of all, we'll have the power of the punch. But if we will have the power of the punch, the doctors will understand if the athlete can continue or not, which the RNJ cannot understand physically, because a strong person can afford sometimes a big punch, and but the consequences are coming. Means this will be a very, very good tool to the hands of the doctors also, in order to protect our athletes, and also to RNJs, in order to have a better view what's happening, how this is working. And this is the one, I believe this will be finalized in 2023 as a project, and we will start testing it in a real competition. And I believe with this chip, IBA will become the pioneer in front of all the other sports in this digitalization. But the next one, this is for the youth, and not only for the youth. I'm interested also to have something like this. This is a process, as I told you, it's a parallel reality. It's not virtual reality, because for the young people, it's a parallel reality, it's their reality. We'll have the opportunity through this special platform to create our avatar, grow with him, training with him, go for shopping, go for, it's a parallel life, go for competition, and all this will be to have sponsors inside, means to appear, is a parallel life. We can have a parallel second life, especially for the children. It's very interesting, this one, and this will attract us a lot of people. And as yesterday, my friend, the president of ISF, the International Sports Federation, Mr. Vlad Marinescu, told that they are waiting us. We are very welcome in order to participate in the World Championship of Games, and we need the program. We'll generate this one, but this will be very elevated in comparison with all the others existing now. It's not a game, it's something more. We'll have our IBA World game. It will be under custom, but also will customize the characters. Means will not be basic as it is in the games. We will build the character of the athlete and we will train the athlete. It's a parallel life. And as I told you, we will participate in the sports. And we'll create an NFT platform for the IBA members, which will be exclusive for the FBA members. This will be very interesting for the players and will give a lot of incomes to IBA, but also to those who are involved in this platform. And of course, as I told you, we'll have branding, advertisement, and in stage and skins during the means Coca-Cola. Be interesting to be advertised during this competition, which we'll have in the parallel reality. Means it has unlimited expectations, and I believe that this is a good opportunity to enter as soon as possible in this parallel reality for the development of our sport. Will become more and more known, and will have a high new audience by new people. Okay, this is more or less what I would like to present to you, and if you have any question, I'm at your disposal to give some answers. Okay. Yes, please. Can you give the microphone to the gentleman, please?
Mr. Secretary General, Vincent Strawn, Bahamas. Listened to your report.
I cannot hear you.
Listened to your report attentively, and it's an in-depth report, and I believe you've done a lot of work to ensure such an extensive report made available. But I felt that there is deficient or a lack of what are you plan to do in terms of training and development of coaches? Coaches are the bedrock which will cause your boxes to be marketable. Remember, in the world of professional boxing today, the gate depends on the quality of the boxers. And it's not going to be an automatic change over in terms of fans' participation because it's IBA's new venture. There must be greater consideration given to coaching, coaches' development. You talked about referee, judge. Yes, that's absolutely important as well. But I am of the opinion that your coaches are the most important persons in this particular equation. And so I'm hoping that you would take a look and accept these humble submission that more attention must be paid to what we do for coaches, and possibly including providing better training and even providing a stipend for coaches the way you provide for referees and judges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Maybe I didn't mention very well that immediately after the Congress we'll have a presentation about the coaches, and you will have all the replies you ask. We give a big importance to the coaches and to the RJs. The RJs will secure us good results for the athletes, and the athletes are the center, according to my opinion, and the coaches will prepare our athletes. In any case, means immediately don't leave the room. You will have a presentation by Mr. Martelli how we'll proceed with this, because we are very interested about the athletes and the coaches who are preparing our athletes. Don't have any doubt about this. You will have the plan, and then you will address directly to the committee if something is not working well, in order to develop and give ideas. It's open process. It's not something dogmatic which is coming and this is take it or leave it. We are open to good ideas in order to develop this one. But you need to understand that 2 years before, this didn't exist yet here. Now we have the luxury to speak for coaches, training for RNJs, for prize money, for this. We are running to put the IBA from the stone epoch, as I told you, to the future. And you are welcome for to assist us on this.
Yeah, I fully understand. Yes, I was here 2 years ago and I'm still here. And by the grace of God, I'll be here for much longer. So I look forward to whatever will be done. And of course, I am from the Caribbean. And as I said yesterday in another forum, that the Caribbean has not been looked after. So I hope that we would be looked after, because we need a level playing field to ensure that our Caribbean boxers, our coaches are brought up to standard, so we could win some of that monies that you're planning on giving to others.
Yeah.
That's my concern.
Look, the confederation leadership you have, a member of the IBA board of directors, of course, your president is the first liaison with us, but I'm in your disposal for any good idea you have, and also any need you have to assist you. Please feel free to contact us and to be in a connection. Of course, we will support Caribbean and all the other, in Africa and Asia and America and Australia and Oceania. We have a lot of not very strong federations, or more than the strong federations, which they need this assistance. This is the plan, to upgrade the assistance to more weak federations than to concentrate to the big ones, which they don't need more or less our assistance.
And yes, I would be happy to share my ideas, and I will send you a bill as well. That's good? That's okay?
Okay, I'm in your disposal, as I told you, anytime.
Okay.
Thank you. Not only you and everybody. Please.
Thanks very much.
Can you give the microphone to the gentleman, please?
Oui, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général, d'abord recevez tous nos bouquets de
Mr.
fleurs pour ce
Secretary
brillant
General,
rapport.
allow me first
plein
of all to
d'initiatives
congratulate you for this exhaustive
et
report that
plein
is full
d'espoir.
of initiatives and hopes. I only have one concern, and that is from the financial side related to difficulties of payments in the IBA, because recently in Yerevan, I had to pay in cash to pay the contributions because the transfers were not successful. I am still fighting with my bank, actually, between the Bank of Paris and my bank in Central Africa. So we had to pay in cash. What are the practical dispositions that the IBA took in order to make sure that our contributions make it to the IBA or in the IBA, so that we can pay our membership fees? But once again, let me congratulate you for this beautiful report.
Thank you very much, first of all. I will not speak in French in order everybody to understand, but you will have the translation. Okay. Look, you will give is a new in the constitution after this about the membership, correct? Okay. Wait a while, and you will have your reply through the new proposition. We have the constitution, but. I would like to satisfy you from now on, no membership fee from now on, and no difficulties. I hope that you will enjoy this one, and this is a new, and this initiative of the proposition of our president, accepted unanimously by the board of directors, is coming with the changes in the constitution, and means this story with fees and transfers and these kind of things will end it today. Okay. Thank you. And please, can you give the microphone to the gentleman? Sorry, I put the ears. We don't have very good sound here.
Voilà, vous m'entendez?
Oui, je vous écoute
Can
très
you
bien,
hear
merci.
me? Yes,
Bon,
I
d'abord,
can.
merci pour tous
First
les
of all,
éclaircissements que vous avez donnés.
let me
Mais il y
thank you
a
for all the
un
clarifications that
passage
were
qui est
made.
passé
But there
relativement vite
was
et
a
que
part
je n'ai
that
pas
we
très
went
bien
through very
assimilé.
fast and that I was not able to understand completely. You are talking about the head protection for women boxers and that they will be no longer used. Can you tell us where is this process right now? Because in 2023, we are talking about competitions. Will we be removing the head protection in 2023 or not?
Yes, it will be removed 2023. This is the decision of the proposition of the committee, the competition committee. This is. And with the advice of the athletes also, because they discussed with the athletes. They didn't take a decision one night, coming the next morning and be implemented. Thank you.
Oui, c'est donc
Starting the 1st of January, we can say, 2023.
We will send you written information immediately after. You will receive all the federations together. Okay? Thank you.
oui, une petite chose.
Just one more thing that maybe you didn't think of. There are many female boxers that are starting to do that in Belgium. Some are telling me for equality purposes, let us not use this head protection anymore, but we don't want also any bruises on the face because it will seem that that this woman is subject to violence at home, which is not the case.
Is something that I kindly ask you to discuss directly with the head of the sport, and Mr. Petrich, and to give you all these explanations immediately after the Congress in order to have the full detail. But I will collect all this information in order to be sent to you directly as a federation. I keep note now, and in order to have the full picture. Okay? Ça marche?
Ça va.
Merci
Ok,
beaucoup.
Merci pour tout.
Je garde une note ici de vous envoyer toutes les informations directement, mais nous enverrons tous à toutes les
We will try to
fédérations en
send you
même
the
temps, mais
information as
je vais
directly
vous
as
donner
possible. We will
plus de
send them to all
détails
the federations at the
comme
same time,
vous
but
avez
I will
besoin.
be giving you more
Et aussi,
details as you
je lui
need
dis à
them.
notre
I am
chef
saying this as well
de
for
département
our
du sport,
head
de
of
contacter
sports
vous,
department. I am asking him to
parler avec
contact
vous,
you
de vous donner toutes les
directly, to speak with you
informations dont vous avez
personally, to
besoin.
give you all the information that you need. Yes, I am representing the
je
Royal Boxing
l'écoutais
Federation of
très bien.
Belgium. Yes,
Merci
I
beaucoup.
heard you. I heard you, sir. Thank you. I
Merci.
understood what you said.
Yes, please. Can you give to the gentleman, please, the microphone?
Добрый день, уважаемые.
Good afternoon, dear AIB Congress. Good afternoon, dear General Secretary. Thank you very much for your in-depth report. Now I have the following question, and I think that I will be echoed by the other members of IBA. You told us about the new system of bout reviews that was applied in Spain at the World Championship. As far as I know, on November 5th, the board of directors of IBA made the decision to bring back Rule 20 and use it at IBA tournaments. Rule 20 implies the possibility for physical protests to be filed by the national federations if they disagree with the results of the bout. In Spain, this opportunity was absent. National federations didn't have it. Therefore, my suggestion and my request is for the others to support it, is for this item to be further elaborated in line with the recommendations of Professor McLaren. So the opportunity to protest on part of the national federations at the IBA tournaments must exist in case they disagree with the result. So this must not only be with a 3-2 score, but in any result. So the National Federation has to explain what they disagree with, and then a special commission will have to review the protest and make the decision. In this case, we will not have a situation that we had in Rio de Janeiro at the Olympics, in Yerevan, and at other tournaments of IBA. We will simply exclude any opportunity for incorrect decisions on who won the bout. And in doing this, we will show everyone that IBA is open for honest boxing, and it will remain open forever. This is a new organization, as you put it, and it is different from the previous organization. And we are fully undergoing reforms, and we are ready to show the world that we are the most open, the most honest, and the most transparent federation. It is important for us, for the stronger boxer to win. And it's relevant whether he is from the red or from the blue corner. If he is the stronger one in a bout, his hat must be raised and he must be considered the winner. Thank you.
Before to answer you, I kindly ask the technical team, please. If you hear me, we have a problem with the one screen here is off. Can you please repair until to reply to the gentleman? Look, as I understand, more or less, this is a process. What you mentioned, this is a process are following in the bout review, and I would like to inform you. This one is closed. I would like to inform you that I received a written protest for this, and these were examined. Means that if something is missing, please send us your view, and of course immediately will be transferred to the specific department in order to be controlled and followed. This is, we are open. No one process is perfect. Of course, we'll elaborate, and we are open to send us the information immediately when you see that something is not working well. The only thing that you can do is to be mentioned, and we will take care immediately. Thank you very much, sir. But we are open, and we are waiting your suggestion. If you have seen something in the process which is not working well and needs elaboration, and we'll proceed accordingly. Thank you. Yes, please. And can you please give the microphone to the gentleman?
Hello, sir. It's Nasser Tong, Secretary General, Pakistan Boxing Federation. So first of all, I would like to congratulate you for holding this Congress and putting us wise on the various issues. The other thing I would commend for your efforts, especially of organizing the courses for RJs on electronic system, on the visual, on the Zoom. This is a great effort, and this is a good step taken by IBA, which will facilitate to the federations to get their officials qualified at longer distance with less resources. And I would like your comments, how we could get registered in this, and what will be the procedure of getting these our RJs to be qualified on online system. Thank you, sir.
Can you repeat, please, because I had an interruption here. I don't know what's happening. The question, the final one.
Sir, I would like to know the procedure for getting our RJs registered for the online courses to be qualified for by the IBA.
Okay, yes. We will send you before before the end of the year to all the national federations the procedure on and also the plan where this will take place, when, and in which level, first star, second, or third. You will receive it soon. We are planning now with the special departments, and today also you will receive general information, but next days more about the coaches. But the R&J in processing, you will receive it all. We will do it for a lot of countries together, not one by one, in order all the rest, as I explained you, to wait on the queue 5 months. You need the referees now, you will have it now. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, to the gentleman, please.
Thank you, SG. My name is Gilbert Kudwan from Botswana, the president of Botswana Boxing Association. I have one or two questions for you, Mr. SG. The first one regards your announcement on tonight's bout. You mentioned that we'll be using black and white corners instead of the traditional red and blue. Can you please elaborate more on this? Is this just for this night's bouts, or now we are drifting away from the traditional corners, or what? What informs this change of corners? The second one, maybe partly it was answered, but it refers to online corners. I would like to know whether we are going to see us having star 3s or star 2s online, or what? Because currently I see you are conducting star 1 courses, both RNGs and coaches. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, I will start from the second one. It will be announced, as I told you, in a few days, this one, all the program for the next year. You will listen today, the coach's plan, and you will receive also the R&J plan by level, third, second, and first. Means what will happen, when will happen, how you will proceed, how you will be registered, all the process, one by one. This is the one. As concerned the black and white corners, this is in order to be different the procedures which we implement today from the normal one, the World Championship which we have, and the World Boxing Tours. For this reason, we give a different number in order to give the signal that it is a different event. Is a different event that has its own branding, because as I told you, we'll work also on the branding. Okay, thank you. Please, to the gentleman.
Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I'd like to extend my gratitude to the entire IBA team, and especially the trust and faith that the President Kremlin has shown on us for allocating the 2023 Women's World Championship. We expect to work alongside your leadership and along with your team to host one of the most successful championships for 2023. This championship especially would hold importance as we discussed that a lot of new technology would be implemented in this championship. We look forward to hosting all of you in New Delhi from 15th March onwards. Dear Secretary General, thank you for such an holistic presentation. Under the leadership of President Kremlin, we see that IBA has already made immense strides in technology and transparency. We expect that these technology and transparency initiatives that President Kremlin and his team has taken will take us through and will resolve all our issues with IOC as well. One thing I'm sure there is great work which is being put into branding, marketing, sponsorship, and revenue generation schemes which the Secretary General displayed in his presentation. We would like to, being a country of 1.3 billion people, around 15 to 20% of the world is with us. We expect that if we work closely on online branding and television viewership, we would be able to take the sports to a different level altogether. All the countries put together, if we have a very decent television viewership, then of course, as you had mentioned, that boxing will not only be the most watched sport, but will have a great impact in its revenue. I'll just take one more thing. We hosted the first commercial league just before the COVID-19. The kind of viewership we had was without much time, without many months being put into it. We were delighted to see the figures. We were the most watched sports live in terms of any league in India after cricket. If 100 people saw boxing on Sportstar Live, then only 62 saw badminton and 50 saw a very prominent rural sport in India called kabaddi. So we are sure that boxing would have a very large viewership in India, and we will be willing to work with IBA on transmission and broadcast of boxing matches in India. Thank you very much, and thank you for having us here.
Thank you very much, sir. And we are counting that also that we have a very good cooperation in during the championship and the preparations in order to achieve a great championship in India and to celebrate the new era of IBA with a new direction now and starting from New Delhi.
Sure, we look forward.
Thank you. Somebody else, please? Yes, to the gentleman.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, for giving me the floor. I am the president of the Comoros Boxing Federation. We are at the end of 2022, and a number of federations were promised, if not all the African federations, were promised that an envelope of $20,000 of materials will be given before the end of the year. We are in December, and I would like to know what are the measures that are taken in order for this to happen before the 31st of December 2022. Thank you.
Я думаю,
I think Mr. Menduga here will tell you more, because more countries have already received that. Could you please give the microphone to the president of the African Continental Confederation, Mr. Menduga? He will tell you more information about this, because a large number of countries have already received that. Microphone, please.
It's coming. It's coming.
И там
And it's not about $20,000. This is what we give to the national federation around the world. And I mean, those that provide a boxing development program. And whereas Africa is concerned, we said that we would help them with the materials such as gloves, helmets, and Mr. Menduga will tell you about that.
Give the answer for this question, and this question is very simple. During our Congress in Algiers, you promised materials for federations, and until November, we started to give to transform this material in money, and we started to give. Actually, 25 countries in Africa receive this money, and the rest is coming. So there is no problem. The rest of the countries will receive their money before the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question, please, or clarification? Okay. I would like to keep on this item of the agenda in order to add something, and with the permission of the president, to inform the Congress that yesterday, before yesterday, in the meeting of the board of directors, the board of directors took a unanimous decision as concerns the qualification process of the Olympic Games. As you know, the IOC sent one qualification program without to inform the IBA, and they have their own selection, which is out of the procedure of the IBA competition schedule. What the board of directors decided yesterday unanimously is that the qualification process, and means the athletes which will be selected to participate in the European Games, in the African Games, in the Asian Games, in the Pan American Games, and in the Oceania Games. These athletes will be those who are the champions of their continental championships. Means according the ranking and the process of the IBA, means not be selected other people with other criteria and bypass what is happening in the confederations and what is happening in our World Championship. Means that we are ready to announce to IOC, and I'm informing you for this because I will ask you the ratification of the Congress in this Board of Directors decision. We will ask that the process which will be followed will be the selection of those athletes who are the champions in their confederations, and the two other events for the selection will be the World Championship of Elite Men in Tashkent and the World Championship of Elite Women in India, in New Delhi. Nothing else out of this process. If they want our athletes and our referees to participate in the system, these will be the athletes and the referees of IBA, and these who are the champions will not have a different process. Think about that you are the champion, and I will appear as qualified from the window, who is qualified in the Olympic Games. This will create a big problem between our athletes and our boxing community, and even if we want to protect our sports and our athletes, we need to stick in this decision of the Board of Directors, and I kindly ask you to ratify as Congress this decision in order to be more strong the decision of the board of directors. Are you please in agreement to give the ratification for this process to be followed and to be only our athletes selected by us and our referees selected by us? So, thank you very much. I count this decision as unanimous decision, and I thank you very much because you give us the power also in order to express our opinion and our points in the IOC in a general way, but to explain them that this is the home of boxing, and then we have some rules which they need to also to follow. As we follow their rules, they need to follow our rules also. Thank you very much. I will go fast in the presentation of the audit accounts. Already, I would like to inform you that we had an audit in IBA in the offices and this happened by the company Moore, which is a very well known company in Switzerland with the high standards. And I would like to present you the audit report, which is for the period of 1st June 2021 to 30 June 2022. And this is the letter of the report of Moore. The important for this is that Moore is declaring that it doesn't exist any problem. I read you in order to read you all the report. If you want, I can read it. In our opinion, the financial statements of the year ended 30 June of 2022 comply with the Swiss law and the association articles, means that no issue was being found. And also, same time, in the analysis which I gave to the board of directors, they are mentioning that it doesn't exist any fraud incident or any strange incident out of the Swiss law and the procedure, the financial auditing procedures of the practice, financial practice in the auditing. I will give you also I will present you the statutory accounts of the IBA for the until 30 June 2022. You will see on the screen. We had you have on the right what was the situation in the 2021, and on the left what is the situation of the 2022. And you will see that the total liabilities and funds in the 2022 is 23 million and something more, and in the 2021 was 40 million. And I would like to give you also give me 1 minute, please. I will give you also to give you the other page of the accounts, which you can see in the end that we have a profit of 9 million when the last year we have a profit of 4 million. This is the report, and they are explaining which practices they follow and the tactics and how they calculate it, and they checked all the auditing. It was an investigated something. They give us some recommendations, and which examined by the board of directors. But I would like to tell you that the 90% of these recommendations they identified that are in process when I took the place of the Secretary General, and they are in process, and already we follow all their recommendation, means that in the next auditing report of the next year, I am expecting that this will not appear more because already are done and are in process. If you have questions, I'm in your disposition. Okay. If then you permit me, I kindly ask you to Lumi to proceed with the approval of the audited accounts of the 21-22. Please proceed with the voting.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. And just to let you know that we've had 3 further member federations join online. So the vote for this item is now open. So please cast your votes now using your electronic voting device in the room. And those of you that are online, please cast your votes now on the Lumi voting platform page. Fifteen seconds remaining for the votes. Five seconds remaining. And I can declare that that vote is now closed. And the results are now being displayed.
In 115 votes, valid votes were 79. We have 79 yes, 0 no, and abstain 6. Thank you very much. The audit report is approved, and we move forward to the agenda. I would like to go now to the second item of the agenda, and the report about the ex-IBA IBA stages 1, 2, 3, and follow up, and the discussion about the causes that IBA's crisis and further action based in the Professor McLaren's findings. And I will kindly ask Professor McLaren to give us a report. Anastasia, can you please? I will give it to. I will give it to Professor. No.
Slides up. Sorry, the technical people, can you put the slides up, please? Do I have to do it?
If you will press this one.
Ah.
Yeah, you will drive.
All right, sorry, I thought they were doing it from the back. Good morning, everybody. First, before I review with you the work of the investigation, I'd just like to extend my thanks, first of all, to all of you members of the Congress and to the Board of Directors and the President for giving me and my company and my team, McLaren Global Sports Solutions, the opportunity to do this work. I very much appreciate it. I've enjoyed doing it. I'm just about to report on it. And I'm looking forward to working with the organization over the next 4 years to help see the full implementation of the work and observe the integrity side of the operations of the IBA. So it's been an interesting period, about a year and a half, and thank you very much. So let me turn to my report on the investigation itself. First, there was stage one. The idea there was to learn from history. It's not a good history, but we can learn some things from it. And then there was another stage where we looked at mainly the management and the presidents of the organization and what was going on in that period from actually back to 2000, really, and up to the current time, 2020, at the time of working on the report. And then we also did a third stage looking at the problems associated with corruption in the period up from 2016 to the present. I don't want to dwell a lot on the past, so I'm just going to go through the stages relatively quickly. But I would say, first of all, I will take after my presentation questions if anybody has any. And if you wish to read the reports again, or if you haven't had the opportunity to do so, or you've only been able to look at them briefly, they are on the company website, McLaren Global Sports Solution, and available publicly to you as well as to anybody else in the world who wishes to read them. So, stage one. We looked at the events leading up to and at Rio. One of the things that we saw in the organization at that time, not now, and I emphasize I'm talking about prior management, not what's going on currently when we deal with these stages. The concentration of power in a single person who overrides the organization and overrules the rules of the organization and its checks and balances. I've seen that in several other international investigations that I've done, particularly the International Weightlifting Federation. So that was a primary part of the work on stage one. And we also have seen this particular problem of fear, intimidation, in order to govern the organization. And then the existing checks and balances were simply overridden and they weren't used, and that was a big part of the problem. The second and third stages were directed at more recent times than the first stage. Then one of the things we could see was that there was a very unrealistic pursuit of business goals. Now, those financial issues, as you just saw in the financial presentation, and thanks to the president, are very much a matter of the past. And there's been very observable progress within the organization. One of the other areas of the stages 2 and 3 was the corruption of the management of the organization, and their focus on trying to keep the lights on and keep the organization running towards the very end before things started to change. The constant changing in the period leading up to the current president's election was also a major problem and a major contributor to the difficulties that the organization was in. Now, MGSS, McLaren Global Sports Solution, is monitoring the progress of the IBA and ensuring that the recommendations that we've made in all the stages, but particularly in stage 3, which actually was done before 2, and ensuring that something is done about them, or it's explained the reasons why it was not accepted and it wasn't followed through. The IBA has been implementing a number of recommendations. And one of the key recommendations of the Good Governance Group, headed by Professor Ulrich Haas, most importantly, suggested that there ought to be a boxing independent integrity unit, referred to as the BIIU, rather cumbersome acronym, but nevertheless one. And the integrity unit investigators, which are part of my team, have been present and deployed in Armenia and Spain and also in Algeria. And my team's developing the structure and the rules for the operation of the contribution that the Integrity Enforcement Group, which will be ourselves and my partner, Herod Associates, we're in the process of working out the details of our ongoing relationship with the IBA. Some of the things that we have participated in, vetting of the officials and candidates for election. That was done to elect the current board of directors. We've been developing very recently, within the last few weeks, what we've called the prevalence plan for dealing with anti-doping. And along with that, we intend to use our voice analytics, the artificial intelligence in the doping world, which will be the first time that that's been done with any sport. And we've also developed a whistleblowing capacity, which is at the moment focused through the website of McLaren Global Sports Solutions, but will eventually be fully independent of that website. The recommendations that were made in the report, there were three main areas. One was disciplinary. A number of investigations were carried out, and I'll list them in a moment. And in those investigations, there's a lot of sensitive information and material. So the recommendations have been provided to the board of directors, but the contents and the evidence that we have has been turned over exclusively for the use of the disciplinary committees and has not been otherwise made available to anybody for the protection of the integrity of the evidence we have. One of the other key areas of our recommendations is education, and I was pleased to see and listen to some of the plans going forward in 2023 in that area. There's a lot of recommendations we have on education. You can see them summarized in the report. And the other area of concentration was the field of play, and is the field of play, because that was the center of a lot of problems in the past. And we learned that very clearly from the examination of what went on at the Rio Olympic Games, but also subsequently right up into competitions in the current past year and a half. And there are a lot of recommendations about the field of play, and that's definitely an area that the IOC is interested in seeing improving and definitely needs some improvement. And we'll be monitoring that going forward. So the IBA is embracing change, and it's changing. It's changing significantly. They've implemented the governance review. We have a new constitution. You have a new scaled down and fully operational board of directors. We've been assisting the organization in developing a corporate memory database so that we now have an ongoing record of information from the past that's come out of the investigations and has been properly analyzed and stored and is in that memory data bank. And we're also doing that going forward. The development of a corporate memory base is a very important part of controlling misconduct. And what's gone on in the past has been instructive in terms of how we put that together and what information is contained in it. and you will have a permanent institutional memory of the past and everything that's going as we move forward. As I said a moment ago, we're also concentrating on the field of play violations because it's important to protect the R&Js and the ITOs and build their confidence and having a presence at the IBA competitions and a person there who can look into and investigate anything that happens during the course of a competition is a very important step that we've taken, and we've had, along with our AI staff, investigators present at the most recent couple of congresses. I'll go over that a little bit later in more detail. And then we've also been deploying this voice analytics technology at IBA events. And the idea there is to, with the assistance, it's a tool, it's not a lie detector test, it's a tool that helps you to identify people who might possibly be engaged in or vulnerable to being influenced to manipulate results of bouts. And it involves a much more detailed process. We did have a seminar to present about that, and we'd be happy to, anybody who's interested, run that seminar at some stage later on in the day if that's appropriate. And Martin Lake is over here, is the director and head of that part of our operations. So the voice analytics is a very interesting tool, and it's helped us to weed out people who we felt, from our vetting beforehand, from the use of the tool, from discussion with the person afterwards, if they came out of if the tool starts to report that there's a high risk, we've identified problems, and I think we've heard from many of the R&Js that they feel now that they're better protected, they're less influenced, there's less attempts to try to influence them, and they have a good deal of confidence in our system. So let's just have a little bit of a look at the voice analytics. We didn't get a chance to explain it fully in the seminar of yesterday. We first piloted it at Belgrade at the Men's World Championships, and that was the very first occasion when it had been used by any sport anywhere in the world. Now, the tool itself is used quite a lot in the business world, and particularly it's used in the insurance industry to identify claims that might be made by an insured person or company, but are wrong or somehow fraudulent. And they have developed, that's where the tool was really developed and used, and there's some other uses as well. But we were the first to pilot its use at Belgrade, and the IBA gave us the opportunity to do that. And we then followed that up by being present at the World Championships for Women, which was in Istanbul earlier in the year. And then we were at the Commonwealth Games. And because we have now made arrangements and contracted with the IBA as the integrity enforcement body and examining problems within the organization, the same process was used, but now we're the BIIU integrity body. We were at the Youth World Championships in Spain. And we were also at 4 confederation level competitions, using the tool all the time throughout those. And I'm pleased to report to you, when we started this work back in Belgrade, approximately 30% of the people who went through the voice analytics came out as what the algorithm identifies as high risk. Then we interviewed them, re-interviewed them, did exit interviews with them, and determined that some of them ought to be removed. I'm pleased to say that now we're down to, over the course of the other events that we've been at since Belgrade, less than 5% having that same problem. Very substantial improvement. and one that we need to point out continuously, and I've done so on every occasion that I've been in Lausanne and had the opportunity to speak with the IOC and particularly with the ethics chair about the progress that's been made in the RNJs. But we still have work to do with the field of play. I mentioned earlier investigations, and we've engaged in a number of reports that have been provided to the organization about things that went on in Belgrade and Armenia and the EUBC championships, and most recently with respect to Algeria. And those are ongoing. I can't really say much about them because I might compromise the actual disciplinary processes if I were to talk about them. But they are ongoing and they are in the disciplinary chain, and I look forward to them being processed. And I'm making the assumption that we will be successful in disciplining a number of people. So just to close off our discussion before I take any questions, here's what I think you might want to be interested in, but I'm quite willing to listen to whatever questions you might have. First, I'd like to know how we, as the Integrity Office, best support you, the sport IBA. Do you have any questions on our work in the investigations or our new role as part of the BIIU? And questions about the integrity officer and the role, which is my role and obligations that we have. So that's a very quick summary of what we did for you with the investigations and our role going forward from here. And I'd be happy to take questions from anybody. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble seeing people questions.
And to the gentleman after
the lights
here.
are quite strong up here.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much. Professor McLaren, let me thank you for the report. My name is Steve Minpara, President of the Guyana Boxing Association. Sir, in your report, you would have alluded to the fact that the period of time that you investigated was from 2026 to 2020, if I'm correct.
2006. We haven't got to 2026 yet.
Yes, 2006 to 2020.
Yeah. Yes.
My question, sir, is with the history of IBA going back maybe 70 years or more, what was the reason for just highlighting this period?
Well, that's a good question. And whenever you conduct an investigation, the very first step is for the people who are going to do the investigation, led by myself, and the organization to determine the terms of reference. And it was the terms of reference dictate the scope of the work that you're going to do. And we were asked to look particularly at the CK Wu regime and going forward. And that dictated the dates. So, but we did have to go back actually, despite the terms of reference being limited in that area, we went back to 2000 in order to get the proper context of what went on subsequently throughout the period 210 through 220. So that's where the dates came from. And you couldn't conduct an investigation of 70 years of history very effectively. It's very hard to get evidence and information about what went on 5 years ago, 10 years ago. We're talking from 2000, 22 years in total now. So you have to limit it somewhere, and that was the board of directors and the organization's decision to limit it to that time frame, and that's where the time frame came from. Hope that answers your question. Further questions? I don't see any. I think. Is somebody else? It's over here on the right. Behind.
It's coming. Lady, to the gentleman, please, and repair the other one.
Professor McLaren.
Yes.
My name is Vincent Strawn or Strachan, whichever one you choose. I'm the Bahamas Boxing Federation's president. And I want to congratulate my colleague from Guyana for his presentation a moment ago, his questions a moment ago. And as we usually say in our Toastmasters meeting when we are evaluating, you've done a fantastic job, and I look forward to seeing you at this podium again. And indeed, the report is a very comprehensive one, and it is no doubt that you went to great levels and lengths to ensure that the sins of those past are shown, and the events of today are the events that certainly are cleansing what IBA needed so badly. I noted here that the IOC continues to put the cart in front of the donkey, while IBA has the donkey or the horse in front of the cart. It is no doubt, it is no secret that the progress that has been made under this president and this administration is meaningful, is significant to what IBA is required in order, and it's already proven that it's done what is needed to be done. Yet the behavior of the IOC is disconcerting, and for some reason they are reluctant to do what is right. This administration is actually cleaning up or removing the sins of those past. But yet this administration is being given the awesome responsibility to continue to suffer. When are we going to move away from this madness? It also brings to the fore, you can say in 2028, boxing will not be in the Olympics. I always ask the question, what is the IOC's agenda? And I believe it is there for all to see, including Stevie Wonder and the late Ray Charles. Mr. President, we need all hands on deck to ensure that IOC understands that boxing will be and must remain in the Olympics. There is no reason why it should be removed, because you've been following the requests, and I believe going beyond the call of duty to ensure that this body, as relevant as it has been, is more so relevant today. You were not the one who was responsible for what has happened in the past, but you've been given the awesome task to do the job to ensure that IBA returns to prominence. And I submit that you are doing an excellent job in that regard. And I say, Professor McLaren, that you have done a dynamic job. You have done a job that I believe I could not do any better. I'm that good. But let me encourage you, and of course, Mr. President, to continue to work extremely hard as you are working today. We will get this done. We will arrive there together. The Olympics will remain. IBA will be responsible for boxing throughout every event, including the Olympics. It is strange that the IOC uses the officials that are under the preview of the IOC, of IBA, but yet IBA cannot be responsible for its own people. There's something wrong there. We will fight until we get it right, Mr. President.
Well, thank you for that intervention and thank you for the praise as well. Let me say something about the IOC relationship. I find it somewhat puzzling, particularly because just prior to doing this investigation for the IBA, I did one for the International Weightlifting Federation, which is in considerable difficulties, and at this stage, much more so than this organization by far. And yet they don't get the same overview and investigation, inspection, and demand that is occurring with the IBA. On your behalf, and as a result of my investigation work, I have taken the opportunities when I have been in Lausanne to see the IOC officials, to explain to them what we're doing, what's going on. They, of course, have also sent their own observers, as they call them, to these different competitions. So we're there and they're also there, and we provide a report and we give it to them. They never show us their reports. I'd like to see them. And they keep saying three things are a problem: governance, finance, and R&J judging. And they keep reiterating that point, and I keep going there and explaining what we're doing and why I think there's change, significant change. And I think ultimately that will be successful, but it's sometimes slow to convince people that they need to change their tactic. And we're in the process of trying to do that right now. Mr. President, you might want to comment, I don't know.
The gentleman, please.
I would like to add a few words. There was a question here about why it is this period that we asked Professor McLaren and his group to review, to investigate. It is because 2012 and in 2016 at the Olympics, because of this, there was a threat. Let me repeat for everyone to be able to hear. I'd like to add a few words to the answer to the question about why it was this time period that we, as the board of directors, requested Professor McLaren and his group to investigate. It is this time period that is the reason why boxing has a threat to be excluded from the Olympics. 2016. And our task was for the world to know what the reason was all about. Because when the International Olympic Committee conducted their own investigation, they never said what the reason was. They simply said organization is responsible, organization is the one to blame, but no names were named. But we had to make sure the world knows the truth about who specifically did that. There was a person behind that. And thank you so much to Professor McLaren and his team for undertaking this and for demonstrating their professionalism and for showing that Mr. C.K. Wu, who headed the association in 2012 and 2016 and had a scandal, and at the Olympic, it was all about his bad management and bad governance. And he's the one who created that atmosphere in IBA. And now we all know what the reason was all about and who is the one to blame. And the board of directors made the decision for Mr. C.K. Wu to become persona non grata. He was expelled and deprived of all his functions and positions. For us to forget about this, to turn the page for IBA to work as the cleanest organization, the most transparent and the most honest organization out there. And today we can see this work, and I'm confident that the International Olympic Committee will also see this work because we have independent experts involved. We have followed all the recommendations and the roadmap that we were given for R&J, for settling the debt. We don't have any more debt. It was settled a year and a half ago. There are some, how should I put it, staff members of the International Olympic Committee that simply do not communicate the truth. And I do not want to accuse anyone, but I am confident that we will achieve the truth together with Professor McLaren's group. We will continue defending our rights in the next 4 years. And my task is for our organization to be the most independent, for no one to be able to influence our decisions, for all the decisions to be made by the boxing community. It is the boxers that have to be making these decisions. Currently, we all know that in 2016, this conflict between the International Association and the Olympic Committee, the person to blame for that was Mr. C.K. Wu, and we should not forget that Mr. C.K. Wu was a member of the IOC at the time, and he was a member of the board of the IOC at that time. Well, at that time, they had the ExCom. As president, I would simply like to say that this is not a question for us, it's a question for them. And they should make a decision to relieve Mr. Seeker of all his statuses and positions. He was member of the board and he was member of IOC. I don't know if he still is a member of the IOC, but up until 2020, he was a member of the IOC. And when they would conduct the investigation, which was headed by Mr. Lavovich, Zappelli and Kit Macron were involved, and C.K. Wu was their advisor. On top of that, in that group, that was wrong. How can a person who is responsible, we know that he's responsible now, but he was their advisor at the decision, meaning as far as the situation with IBA was concerned. We should understand all that now. But I think that when we asked Professor McLaren, because we know his reputation, we know his honesty in sports, in management and governance, and we wanted a real and independent investigation for everyone to know the truth. We have gotten this truth now, and I think that our voice will have to be heard by the International Olympic Committee, because we have only one path, only one journey. We have one track and one train. We have to protect the athletes. We have to create the right conditions for the athletes. They develop sport and we develop sport. And we have one objective, one purpose: not to violate the rights and the interests of the athletes. Our task is to create, our common goal is to create conditions for kids to do sports, for kids to be taken off the streets, for them to pursue healthy lifestyles. Each country is fighting for having a healthy nation, and the healthy nations can only be generated by sports. And our main task is transparency. And the principle of that is being demonstrated here today. And I would like to thank everyone, once again, everyone who is involved in working with Professor McLaren in this regard, and we will continue working on this. And I would like to say that as far as uniting, we are already united. Boxers are the heart of our organization, boxers and coaches. And the International Association is the body of the boxers. In other words, you cannot separate body from the heart or heart from the body, right? Otherwise, both die. This is why we are a united mechanism, and together we will defend our interests. And I'm confident that in 2028 we will be at the Olympics, and the fact that we have already launched the action. Roy Jones, all the boxers, they want to defend, they want to move forward. And I would like to urge everyone to participate in their countries in this effort. And no one has the right to punish the athletes. No one. If there is a misunderstanding between organizations, it's the sports officials that have to sit at the table of negotiations. It's all simple. You just sit down together and resolve everything. They show us what they want, and we show them what we've done. And that's it. Maybe in one day all the questions will be closed. And we shouldn't be involved in this endless correspondence, letter here, letter there. When we're involved in paperwork, it's like they speak one language and we speak a different language. And I think that a group will be established that will be responsible for such interaction, and in the nearest future we will get this resolved. For us, the most important thing is our independence, and internally, each of our structures has to be independent. We should not repeat the mistakes of the past. We know that. Each one of us knows them, and each one of us will be fighting to make sure that never happens in our organization. Once again, Professor McLaren, thank you for your work, and thanks also goes to your team.
The President first of Egypt and then.
السلام عليكم. دكتور غنيم رئيس الاتحاد
Peace be upon you. The President of Egyptian Boxing Federation. We've enjoyed yesterday. We enjoyed with the developments, the real developments, and the fast developments. And thanks to all managerial and technical recommendations requested by the IBA, what I understand is that there are some speeches that go from IBA to ICO, and vice versa. There are letters, speeches, letters from ICO to IBA. After the clear and extensive explanation by Mr. McLaren and the President, I hope that these developments that the IBA is doing under the chairmanship of Mr. Omar and all positive steps that are to upgrade boxing, whether technically or financially and materially, for boxers and coaches alike. In fact, I am really happy to listen to all of these developments from Mr. Omar, whether coaches or boxers side. The question is, why don't we have a delegation from IBA where Mr. Yuri is there, and I know that he is a high-profile legal personality, and we sit face to face and conduct a dialogue and a discussion to know what is required. We have done 1, 2, 3, 4. What is left? Why are you threatening boxing, one of the oldest Olympic games? Why are you threatening more than 40 million boxers, coaches, and administration staff? Why are you threatening boxing by approaching 2028? We are not discussing this with our young generations of boxers, so they are not frustrated way before we come to this date. I suggest to you and Mr. Omar that we form a committee and go to ICO and ask them, what can you do? Why are you doing this? And we are doing mighty efforts for upgrading boxing. Boxing today is a huge, big family, and we are doing all what's needed to elevate this sport. I really insist on this, that we go and exhibit what we are doing and fight for this sport, and this will cross the I's and cross the T's and dot the I's. Thank you so much, and thank you for having us here in the UAE, for organizing this forum. Huge efforts have been made, and we can see this. Let's together secure the future of boxing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Martelli.
Morning, Professor McLaren. I would like to ask you a bit different question since yesterday. We all agreed again about the greatness of your name and reputation that you built through the years of really hard work. And I would say, and I'm sure that everyone will agree with me, that you are an authority in investigations like the ones that you did for IBA, which is great. Now, the question that I have for you today is a bit more intimate. Considering this huge reputation and the greatness of your name, don't you take it a bit personal that IOC still not acknowledging the great job that you did for us, mentioning and saying and confirming all the changes that IBA has been done through the years thanks to your help? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for the endorsement and the different question. I don't take things personally because I find that interferes with doing things objectively and in an independent way. So I'm working towards getting the IOC to accept the changes occurred, and it's the sort of change that's required, but I don't take it as a personal offense. And I, in past investigations, have caused the IOC a lot of work, and they do pay attention to what I have to say. And I think over time, we'll see a change.
Any other question to Professor McLaren, please? Yes, to the gentleman there, please.
Thank you so much, Secretary General. My name is Moses Muhanji from Uganda, and I want to thank President as well and Professor. Thank you so much for a very good report. I rise on 3 issues because I didn't get a chance to speak earlier. The first one is about the IOC, since we're talking about the IOC anyway, and this goes to Secretary General. I don't know if you're aware or you've seen the new qualification system for the Olympic Games. You should have realized that the weight categories have changed. The weight classes have changed as well. Is it not possible that this time IBA makes a formal communication to the IOC showing our dissatisfaction with this kind of discrimination, because we have many boxers who are going to miss out in these games because of the weight differences, and this continues to kill the sport of boxing. So I think this we should be able to take it up, since we are able to exchange letters about the investigations and all these other issues. It's time that we should also communicate our satisfaction in as far as the organization of the games by themselves are concerned. At least it should be on record that this is our position as IPA. The second issue I'm raising on is that has been addressed by the President, that we saw our great champion, Roy Jones, conduct a peaceful demonstration at the IOC, showing how satisfied the boxing community is. With the guidance from the President, is it not possible that also the national federations countrywide, worldwide, can join, maybe conduct a peaceful demonstration to the NOCs in our different countries? We could have 20, 50, 100 boxers visit the NOCs in each different country in the world to show support for Roy Jones' activation, and that this is what we stand for as IBA. Is it not possible we can do that so that we appear like we are concerned worldwide? So that will require guidance from you, Mr. President and Secretary General. My last point goes to Professor. Professor, you've done a very wonderful job. But I feel that the continuation of this situation is now becoming a bit more confusing, because according to your report, everything is clear, anyone can see that the current administration shouldn't be taking responsibility of what happened in the past. But is it not time that we start thinking going forward? Because we seem like we are putting all our hopes, all our efforts into the recognition by the IOC. Can we not start discussing on how to develop a concept paper to help us start thinking beyond the recognition of IOC? Can't IBA exist without the recognition of IOC? Big sports like golf, football, they are able to exist without the IOC, because we seem like we are putting all our energies in the IOC recognition. Can't we as IBA now ask you, Professor, to start making a paper, a study on how we can emancipate ourselves from the reliance on the IOC so that we are able to move forward, because this sport should be able to exist with or without the IOC. So right now, is it not possible you can think in that direction? Because it's a big sport that existed for thousands of years. Can we not move forward whether the IOC has recognized us or not? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You want me to answer? Me?
You have the floor.
All right. I think we are, because we have contracted with the organization to be the integrity oversight body of the IBA for the next 4 years, we are looking at ensuring that things stay in a steady state and continue to improve. And if the board directed me to do as you're suggesting, I would be prepared to undertake that kind of a project, but I can't do that really without those directions. I do think we are not just focused on the IOC. I'm not just focused on the IOC. I said every time I'm in Lausanne, I take the opportunity to talk to the IOC, but I'm not focused on the IOC. I'm focused on improving the field of play, all the things that I had on that slide. Education, detecting problems, dealing with them early so as to have a more preventative role going forward. That's all directed at whether you're in the Olympics or you're not in the Olympics. But it also should assist you greatly in being in the Olympics. Okay.
Anyone else, please? Thank you very much, Professor.
Okay, well, thank you for the opportunity. Right.
And
I would say the following. Let everyone put their headphones on. We are already moving forward. We have our own path and our own journey. We are an independent organization and we are not dependent on the IOC. The athletes that were at the Olympics in Tokyo in 2016, in Tokyo in 2020, the money that our athletes brought to the IOC were never transferred. That money belongs to the International Association and it was never handed over. But we are moving forward. We are following our own path. We have independent sponsors. We are an independent organization now. And we now have prize money and the World Championships. So we are moving forward, following our own path, but we have to defend the right of boxing at the Olympics. Our sport must be across the board, must be everywhere, and this is our task. And I'd like to say the following. The International Olympic Committee must understand that not a single national federation or association, no, federation, without IBA will not participate in the Olympics. Not a single athlete or coach without IBA will participate in the Olympics. All boxers in the world and that's tens of millions and coaches. And all the national federations that are members of IBA, that's 204, they will all participate in the Olympics and in the selection only with IBA. And I can tell you that. And this is me relaying the request of the boxers that keep telling me about that. This is not my wish that I'm telling you about. I'm talking about the wishes of the national federations. Every country that is a member of IBA tells me we will only go to the Olympics through IBA.
And this is the organization. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is the organization which is developing boxing. So we are a unity. Thank you very much for your support. Anyone opposing? No, I think everyone is for. We're moving forward through IBA, with IBA. And our selection process through the continental and our scoring system. If everyone is for it, again, let's give a big round of applause, not to me, but to IBA and to our boxing family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's very clear the message this Congress declared today, and it will be transferred accordingly. I would like to, before to permit me, Mr. President, also to go. I have the lawyer inside, and I want to go very legal with the process. The decision of the announcement, Mr. Wu as persona non grata, is a decision of the board of directors. In order to be strong, this one, I kindly ask you to permit me to ask the ratification from the Congress for this decision in order to be powerful, and it's also to take the decision included all the persons which were involved in this manipulation and corruption of our organization to be far away of any other activity of our beloved sport. I would like to put this question under this decision of the IBA Board of Directors for the ratification by the Congress. Is somebody against? Abstentions? Unanimously accepted. Thank you very much. As the President and the Board of Directors declare, we turn the page. Finish this story for us. We go in front and we look to the future. I thank again, Professor, and your team for the very, very important help you are doing, and to give us your advices are very important for us in order to continue until the next station. I kindly ask our legal counsel now, Mr. Zaitsev, to proceed with the next and last item of our agenda, the adoption of amendment in the IBA Constitution. Mr. Zaitsev, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. The speech we just heard from our president would be the best point to close this Congress, but unfortunately you have my presentation, and I'm your last obstacle on the way to lunch. So I will try to be as fast as it's possible. On this slide, you can see the background of the situation. IBA hired the group of Professor Ulrich Haas, Governance Reform Group, GRG, to investigate our situation and to provide us recommendations in terms of governance and on November 2021, we received a number of recommendations. So the first step of these recommendations we implemented in December 2021, and today we need to implement the second step of the reforms, most of them proposed by GRG. So the objectives we have today to amend our constitution, you can see on this slide. First of all, to elevate the position of the Secretary General, role CEO, Chief Executive Officer. This is clear recommendation of the Professor Haas, which you can see in his report. Also, we need to increase the number of meetings of the Board of Directors legally, because de facto we already have a lot of meetings of the BOD, and this year we have 10 meetings of the BOD. Last year we have 8 meetings of the BOD, but in the Constitution we have 3 meetings required per year. The recommendation of Professor Haas was to increase this up to 6, and we are going to do this legally. Also, we need to ensure independence of our boxing integrity unit, and we need to improve several provisions of our constitution. Now I go one by one to explain you the main amendments. Amendment to Article 6. This article established the official languages of the IBA. And currently, we have 5 languages of the Congress and only 1 English language as a working language of the IBA head office of our documentations and our committees. The idea of the proposed by the President is to have more official languages and to translate our documents into all 5 languages we have in the Constitution currently for the Congress. So, as a first step of this reform proposed by the President, we wanted to fix in the Constitution that IBA will proceed to translate the Constitution and all regulations into the 5 official languages. So I cannot guarantee you at this moment that we will immediately implement, because we have a lot of documents, and to translate all documents in all languages is very expensive and very long process. But now we fix this obligation in the Constitution, and we will do it step by step. Next amendment, Article 11, which says about the obligations of national federations. IBA is changing, and we also, the national federation, and we also want the national federation also to be changed step by step. And that is why we propose several new obligations to the national federations. First of all, we expect from the national federations to include in their statutes obligations to comply with IBA Constitution and the regulations, and to comply with the decisions issued by the IBA, our integrity unit, and the CAS. So currently we have these obligations at the level of the membership rules, but we want to increase the importance of these obligations and to put them into the Constitution. Also, we propose a new obligation of the national federations. Before, this rule existed only for the officials, and now we wanted to extend it, this rule to the national federations. And on the next slide, you will see that we will propose also to extend it to the continental confederations. We believe that our national federations shall avoid participation in any international boxing organization or association other than IBA or confederation, unless otherwise permitted by the board. So, and also in this Article 11, we propose amendment that national federation shall implement and apply a regulatory framework preventing racism and other forms of discrimination. So we expect from all NFs to include in their constitutions that they will fight against racism and other forms of discrimination. Article 13 of our Constitution is dedicated to the suspension of membership. And this year we faced with the situation that we have some kind of lacuna, how athletes should participate in competitions in case NF is suspended. And that is why we propose the clear rule that the athletes shall not be damaged by the decision to suspend the national federation. And we wanted to propose that if this happens, in this case, the athletes should participate in the competition under their national flag and anthem, but without symbols of suspended national federation. So if we move forward to Article 14 regarding Continental Confederation, we also propose several new obligations to the confederations. First of all, the confederation shall include in the constitution an obligation to comply with, again, IBA constitution and the regulations, and also with the decisions issued by IBA, Integrity Unit, and the CAS. So we also expect from the confederations to make their documents public. That is fair because the national federations and the athletes should be aware of the documents of the Continental Confederation. And also as the first step, we expect from the confederations at least English translation of these documents if they are approved in a different language. So the same as I told for national federations, the proposal is that confederations shall avoid participation in other boxing organizations or associations at the international level. And again, we expect from the confederations that they will integrate into their constitutions a rule of zero tolerance with racism and other form of discriminations. In Article 16, we have quite technical, but for us very important amendment. In general, this article says that the IBA shall make provisions where it's necessary to cover economy class air ticket, accommodation, and meals for voting delegate of the Ordinary Congress. But this year, apart from Ordinary Congress, we add 2 extraordinary Congress. And we understand that we have to cover the costs for the delegates, and actually we did it, and that is why we wanted to amend the constitution just to provide the guarantees for you, national federations, and for delegates that their expenses will be covered by the IBA, not only in case of ordinary Congress, but also in case of extraordinary Congress. In Article 17, we proposed some new powers of the Congress, and we discussed this matter at the Board of Directors meeting, and the proposal is that it's the Congress as a meeting of national federations shall decide such issues like participation in the competitions of boxers affiliated to a national federation in a neutral status. For example, if we wanna, some athletes for some reasons, political or whatever, participate in the competitions in neutral status, it's the Congress should decide this issue. Also, if the boxing community believes that the athletes from any national federation should be non-invited to the competitions, again, it's for the Congress to decide. And also, any decision on application of restriction to hold the competitions in within the territory of any national federations should also be decided by the Congress. But we understand that sometimes the matter could be very urgent. And in this case, the draft of the Constitution says that in case of emergency, the Board of Directors will take provisional decision, and then this provisional decision will go immediately to the next meeting of the Congress, and the Congress will decide how to proceed with this national federation and with the athletes of this national federation. In Article 18 and 19, which says about ordinary Congress and extraordinary Congress, we just made a small clarification because the current constitution says that the Congress could be in person or by visual link, and de facto the Congress could be also in a hybrid form, which is allowed under the Swiss law of the country where our association is based. And just to avoid any misunderstandings, we amended these two articles that the Congress can be in a hybrid form. And if the Congress in a hybrid form, in this case, the board of directors will decide the location of the main place where the delegates could meet in person. In Article 21, which is dedicated to the Congress proceedings, we first of all, we amended the role of the Secretary General according to the recommendations, again, according to recommendations of the Governance Reform Group. And now, in the proposed amendments, we have a clause that Secretary General shall assist the chairperson presiding over the meeting of the Congress. Before, it was only in the regulations, and now we wanted to fix it at the level of the Constitution. Then when we conduct the proceedings, the Secretary General, like he does today, he assists the chairman, who is the president, to conduct the proceedings of the Congress. And also, just to avoid misunderstandings, who can attend the Congress, because before, unfortunately, our Constitution didn't say who can attend the Congress, besides, of course, besides the delegates. We proposed amendment that besides the delegates, the Congress meeting may also, at the Congress meeting may also be presented the directors, the Secretary General, the IBA staff involved, legal counsel, auditor, and the guests invited to this Congress. In Article 22, we made very small but very important amendment that the delegate to the Congress cannot transfer the right to participate in the Congress, and that is why if the delegate is appointed officially by the Federation, he cannot transfer his right, his voting right to anyone third party by means of power of attorney. We want only the representatives of national federations to present these national federations. In Article 25, we made amendment that Secretary General must be present on each meeting of the Board of Directors. So this recommendation, this new obligation of the Secretary General, who is, even without this amendment, attends every meeting of the Board of Directors, but we had these recommendations from the Governance Reform Group, and we follow these recommendations. In Article 27, which is dedicated to eligibility of the candidates and the vetting process, we proposed the amendment that a candidate to the position of director cannot be a direct relative of one of the IBA official. This is very important just to avoid the conflict of interest. And also, in terms of vetting process, we amend obligation on us as an IBA when somebody submits appeal against refusal, against the decision of the nomination unit to admit this kind of person as a candidate. And if this person appeals to the CAS, just to avoid abusing situation, we put on us obligation to provide very urgent response to this appeal, and we give us 4 days only upon receipt of the appeal to respond to this appeal. So it will be quite tough for us, but we believe that it could help us to follow the fair proceedings. Article 29 is dedicated to the meetings of the board, and here you can see amendment that minimum meetings of the board of directors 3 times, as we currently have in the constitution, are changing to 6 times per year. So minimum guarantee number of meetings of the BOD is 6, but again, I just gave you examples that last 2 years we have much more meetings of the BOD, and our current BOD is really and deeply involved into the daily management of the IBA. Here we have also obligation of the director do not transfer his or her participation in the meeting, which is under Swiss law. And also we wanted to protect confidentiality of our deliberations between the directors, not only within personal meetings, but sometimes we have decisions issued by exchange of emails, and even in this case, the confidentiality of deliberations should be protected. And when we have the situation, usually it's urgent situation when we need to have mail vote, and in this case we propose that the president, if he cannot issue mail vote, sometimes it happens due to the conflict of interest or some other reasons. In this case we propose that the president may delegate this right to initiate mail vote to the vice president or to the secretary general. Article 31 of the Constitution established the term of office for IBA officials, and here in the current Constitution we have a lacuna which does not exactly regulate what will happen in case of partial term of the office. The current edition Constitution says that the nomination unit will decide whether to recognize this partial term of office or not recognize in terms of maximum amounts of the term of office, because the Constitution established that only two times the person could be a director. And in this case, we wanted to regulate it carefully, and just to avoid misunderstandings, that any term up to 2 years shall not be counted, and any term above 2 years shall be counted. Article 33 of the Constitution says about Vice President, and currently we have Vice President, but the idea proposed by the President and supported by the Board of Directors now to have 5 Vice Presidents, but only one of them will be the member of the Board of Directors. So only one Vice President will participate in the management of the organization, and other 4 Vice Presidents, they will have more representative powers. So the current Vice President, according to the proposals, our proposals, the current Vice President becomes the first Vice President, and the board may appoint by proposal of the President up to 4 Vice Presidents, which will not have a status of the director. But again, even if they will not be directors, we need to comply with the highest standard of reputation of these people. And that is why any candidate to become a Vice President should pass integrity check at the same level as the directors, And also, this candidate should have necessary skills and expertise in particular area important for the IBA at the moment. And the duties of such vice president would be to promote the missions and ideals of IBA, to advise the president and the board on the areas of his or her expertise, to visit various events as IBA representative, because the president, of course, he does his best, but he cannot visit any events in all continents, and that is why the role of the vice president will be very important. Also, vice presidents will present at each board meeting, but again, without voting rights, only as advisors, and they could perform the tasks entrusted by him or her, by the president, or by the board of directors. Then we move forward to the Article 36 regarding the boxing integrity unit. And here, first of all, we have a proposal that integrity unit shall be entitled to solve the disputes between the boxing stakeholders through the dispute resolution chamber. The board of directors already approved our proposal to establish the dispute resolution chamber as a part of integrity unit, and we see that our national federations sometimes are involved in the internal conflict situations, and the conflict situations sometimes happen between federations and athletes, coaches and federations and so on, and we want to give the best venue for this to solve these issues internally, not to go to the state courts or not to go to the media or someone else. Just we will give them the professional venue where they can solve their internal disputes. And in order to ensure the maximum level of the independence of integrity unit, we propose the amendment that any rules and regulations related to the integrity unit can be amended, cancelled, or replaced only with approval of the integrity unit managing board. So this unit will have the internal board to manage internal issues, and if IBA wants to change any regulations, first we have approval of the managing board, and then this matter goes to the IBA board. And also, in terms of educational and development unit, which is currently concentrated on educational programs related to the sports integrity, we also wanted this body to be focused on the anti-doping educational programs, because again, this is very important to educate our athletes to be to know well anti-doping rules. In terms of Article 37, we have just small and technical amendment regarding the strategy committee. Currently, this strategy committee includes only one board member, and our proposal to have additional board member, so we propose to have 2 board members in the strategy committee. Article 40 is dedicated to the Secretary General, and here you can see implementation of the recommendation made by Professor Haas, that Secretary General becomes Chief Executive Officer, and in this regard, the Secretary General will be granted with some additional powers, like to head and to manage affairs, internal affairs of IBA and represent IBA towards third parties. The Secretary General should ensure compliance of IBA activity in accordance with the Constitution and the regulations. SG shall participate in the board meetings with no voting right, to lead and manage the head office, also to be responsible for publishing and sending the regulations to the members of the board, integrity unit, confederations, and national federations, and also the Secretary General is responsible to present a report of the IBA account to each ordinary Congress, like it happened today. So in Article 43, we have the good news. This article says about resources of income for our association, and before we had obligation of national federations to pay affiliation fees, and as Secretary General already announced today, the proposal is to cancel the annual annulation fees for the member federations.
It's a proposition of the president. Me, I only announced this.
Yeah, thank you. So, concluding my presentation, we have a small and very technical amendment to Article 47. We just wanted to clarify that, because just remind, according to our constitution, the directors cannot participate in the committees and in any committees which is dedicated to the sport competitions, just to avoid any influence of the IBA directors on the competitions, like it happened before during the previous management. So we have this guarantee, but we know that some directors have a very good experience in coaching and R&J, and it would be very useful to use their experience just for lecturing, not to participate in the work of the commissions, not to be interfered into the examination, but to share their experience. So before it was not clear, and that is why we proposed this amendment. And in Article 49, we have again technical but important amendment. As soon as we already decided to establish our internal dispute resolution chamber, so we just fix here that internal disputes will be decided by this body, but we still have CAS as appeal body, and the constitution still has that the Court of Arbitration for Sport is the final body to hear any appeal against final decision of the IBA. So if somebody will not be happy with the decision of dispute resolution chamber, he can go to the CAS and appeal against the decision. Here we are completely following all recommendations of the International Olympic Committee and other international bodies. So also we have in the constitution several amendments to improve legal structure and quality of the constitutions, but they're really technical. Somewhere we just changed the wording, but we didn't change the real intent of this article. That is why from my side, and if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer it.
Forty-six.
Here? Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
It
Yes.
should, right?
By National Federation to IBA is a mistake of yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It will be correct. But
in the document,
in any
we have
case,
it correct.
IBA is giving some fees, and we don't want this to cancel to the National Federation. It's your privilege. we would like to keep it.
Okay. Also, we're talking about Secretary General and CEO. So I guess that SG will be changed to CEO in the document.
No, it will be Secretary General slash CEO, and let me to comment on this. Maybe the legal advisor, legal counsel understood that I don't have a lot of responsibilities and a lot of work, and he had me some articles here, but okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, please.
It works.
Yes. My name is Abdurrahman Al-Mirif from Somali Boxing Federation. My question is Article 13 for athletes affiliated, suspended for National Federation. So when an athlete is suspended for National Federation, for example, category 51 kilogram. So, and he came competition, and the National Federation also have another one. So how it can possible that he has a right to participate at competition?
It doesn't change the nationality of the athlete because the federation is suspended.
Can be two person, athletes, one same position, competition.
From the same federation.
Yes, same federation.
The rules are the same. They have exactly the same rights. How they can duplicate this one? The suspended federation means that the federation is not anymore temporarily member of the IBA. In order to protect the athletes and also the origin of the athletes, their country and their anthem, which are very sensitive issues, we permit to those athletes of the suspended federation to be participated according the same rules. Means if the rules are permitting to the championship to participate only one athlete per category per country, only one athlete will participate. Nothing is changing. This was for the protection of the athletes in order to feel comfortable and to have their anthem, if they will win a medal, to listen their anthem and to have their flag.
Yeah, and I also explain from our experience how it usually works. If we have national federations suspended, in this case, national federation cannot send delegation to the IBA competition, and to ensure the rights of the athletes from this country, we appoint responsible person in one of our directors who becomes some kind of manager of these athletes, and then the sports department choose the athletes from the country, and then IBA helps these athletes to come to the competitions. So the idea of this amendment is not to breach the rights of the athletes. On the contrary, the idea of this amendment just to protect the rights, and if the federation does something wrong, it shall not affect the athletes. Thank you.
Any other question? Okay. Thank you. We proceed with the approval of the amendments. Please, Lumi.
Thank you, Secretary General. So the motion is now open. So all voting delegates in the room, please can you cast your vote now via the voting device? And members who are online, please now cast your vote in the Lumi voting platform page. Fifteen seconds remaining. Five seconds remaining. And I can now declare that the vote is closed. And the results are now being displayed to you.
85 votes yes, 4 no, and 3 abstained. Means 95%. According to our constitution, all the amendments are approved. Thank you very much. If you permit me, Mr. President. with this final item, we conclude the Congress. And before to invite our president to do the closing remarks, I would like to remind you that when the Congress will close, I kindly ask you to remain here because we'll have first of all a short presentation by Mr. Martelli about the program of the coaching development, and we'll have also after approach and a proposition from about the scoring by the Japanese Boxing Federation. Mr. President, you have the floor in order to do the closure of the Congress, the official one, please.
Right, my dear boxing family, my brothers and sisters, I'm very grateful to you for your work. But there is still one more question. Our general sponsor is Gazprom. 2 years ago, we signed an agreement with them for $50 million. And this has helped us reform IBA, this has helped us settle the debts, and this has helped us to become independent. And thanks to this financing, we have been able to help many national federations, many athletes in participating in the World Championships. This also allowed us to have prize money, both at the Continental and the World Championships. And it also ensured the participation of national federations that otherwise wouldn't have had the opportunity to send their teams. They have turned to IBA, and IBA is helping them, has helped them to participate in the championships. It is thanks to our general sponsor. I would like to ask you the question. This year, the contract runs out. The contract was signed for 2 years. National federations, do you agree to extend the contract with our general sponsor so that we would be able to continue helping? I want to hear your opinion. Do we have anyone who is against that? Is everyone for this? Does everyone agrees to extend the contract with Gazprom? Why am I asking you? Because I only do what the boxers tell me to. What you will tell me. The most important thing for me is what your opinion is about the development of our international association, because you are the ones developing boxing. It is thanks to you that the international association exists, and I want to agree all my actions with you, for you to express your opinions, for us to hear you out, so that all the decisions are made with you as one boxing family. Thank you very much for your work. And now I would like to ask the Japanese Boxing Federation to present the information about R&J's new technologies. My task is for our sport to become the cleanest and the most transparent sport out there. We are already demonstrating this, and I'm very thankful to the team of Professor McLaren for such fruitful work. Throughout these 4 years, we will also extend our contracts with the Professor McLaren's team and his company so that our transparency only grows stronger. And after that, after the Japanese Federation presentation, we will assign them to continue working on this process, for them to present the same to the team of Professor McLaren so that they would also be able to take a look at that. I will ask Professor to review this program that the Japanese Federation is suggesting and for them to work on it together. And also after this, after the presentation on R&Js, I would like you all to view the presentation that the chairman of the coaching committee developed, so that in 2023 we would have coaching training on all the continents, and we will be doing that online so that we would be able to get coaches together in each country so that we would improve their qualifications. And we also want to create during the World Championships, we want to make sure the best coaches also have prize money.
皆さん、ご紹介に預かりました日本ボクシング連盟会長の内田です。
I'm the president of the Japanese Boxing Federation. The interpreter needs the microphone. Please, Russian interpreters, a minute of your attention. But at the Tokyo Olympics, we developed the most objective and equitable system for scoring. Day before yesterday, we turned to our esteemed Umar Kremlov with a request to give us the opportunity to present the system to you. And taking advantage of this opportunity, we're doing just that. Mr. Kremlov, thank you so much for this opportunity.
К сожалению, мы из-за пандемии коронавируса не успели разработать и доводить до конца разработку этой системы.
By the Olympics, but we have continued targeting our efforts at this so that we would be able to at least resolve one problem of the three major problems that we are facing in IBA. That's governance, refereeing, and finance. We will also resolve all that, but by doing this, we will resolve the issues with refereeing. We will show the presentation, but prior to that, I would like to give the floor to our head coach, Shin Vladimir Nikolaevich, and he will tell you about the background of the development of this system and the ideas that our system is based upon. Good afternoon, dear Mr. President, dear General Secretary, dear ladies and gentlemen. For 4 years, I'm the head coach of the Japanese team. I'm originally from Uzbekistan. My entire life has been devoted to boxing as the coach, as the athlete, as the official, as the scientific expert. And I would like to say the following. Yesterday, we had a presentation of one of the directors of IBA who said that the problems in the area of refereeing are in principle, well, there are less and less problems of that kind. Corruption is almost gone. But I would simply like to give you an example that I'm afraid reconfirms the opposite. Recently, we participated in the continental tournament, and I will not tell you the names or the countries that were involved in this that I will be talking about, but I will simply give you 3 cases. A judge comes out who is 71 years old. He comes to the ring. And the fight is there. There's bout that there's a head bump. The judge stops that one has a cut, and he believes that that person is in a knockdown, and he says that the strike was correct, and this cut is because of a blow and he gives the other one the victory. Then there is another bout. One boxer wins 2 rounds, but the judges give him the relevant 2 rounds, and the difference is only one score, 10-9, 10-9. Then third round, and it's on the contrary. The other boxer wins by 2 blows, by 2 points, and the judges give him these 2 points. So the bout is over and it's equal, it's a draw. I think everyone who understands boxing will agree with me that the one who showed character in the third round is the one who won. The boxer that that brought the bout to a draw. But the judges, unfortunately, gave it 4-1 for the other side. And then an Olympic champion comes out, a lady, and yes, I agree, they hold on to each other, but the judge gives the Olympic champion a warning. I agree if she would also warn the other one, but no, she only issues the warning to the Olympic champion. Third round, this Olympic champion pretty much invests herself fully, and there's a knockdown at the end. However, victory is given to the other athlete. And currently, this Olympic champion, and she's only 23 years of age, leave boxing. She says that one of the reasons for her leaving the sport is because she is a victim of unjust refereeing. Speaking of the corruption side, and if we are saying that there is no corruption, then what is left? What is left is that we have weak judges, we have weak RNJs. And I agree with that. Yes, indeed, RNJs are weak. The level of refereeing is going down. And the system that we are about to present, and Mr. Uchida will make the presentation, will to a certain degree resolve all these issues. And at the same time, it requires the judges to have a professional attitude. It requires the judges to understand boxing. To put it in a nutshell, that's what I wanted to say. Please show the video.
Видео, пожалуйста.
A combination of high precision and
Английский.
entertainment, this judgment system will revolutionize the conventional concept of boxing. This will eliminate the need for bout review and dispel any skepticism regarding the referee's decision, and subsequently highlight the appeal of boxing as an understandable and exciting sport to people all over the world. Since this system can use storage batteries and venue Wi-Fi, there is no problem even in case of power outage. However, visual scoring is also possible in case of a failure. It features an additive scoring system and uses AI technology to automatically switch between 4 cameras, one with an optimal angle for projecting a zoomed 0.5x speed image. The cameras shoot at a fixed point, but since it uses smartphone cameras, it offers the advantage of capturing high-resolution videos at a low cost. The operation of the system calls for a referee with an exceptional integrity referred to as super jury. Super jury will log points in the additive scoring system by analyzing videos playing at a 0.5x speed. If the match is KO or RSC or ABD, etc., the judgment will be made on the ring as always. However, in case of points, there will occur a time lag. So players will wait for the decision in a special seat. It is desirable to prepare a pure white stage. During the match, 3 or 5 judges sit in a regular judges' seats and score the match using additive scoring system while watching the video played by the AI at actual speed, thus making it possible to check the punches that might not be visible from the seated position. You can also stream your grading screen, and viewers will be thrilled as they can see how the points are being rewarded. Alternatively, it is also possible to use judges' position for educational purpose and judge the match at 1x speed without placing a super jury. In case of 5 judges, eliminating the highest and the lowest scores of both the fighters, the average score awarded by the judges will be displayed. It is recommended to round off the second decimal place and display it with the first decimal place, but it can also be set as determined by the IBA. To keep the IBA governed boxing competition an Olympic event, this system is necessary. The Japan Boxing Federation and Unison Systems are committed to working together to ensure that boxing competitions and IBAs are a lasting part of the sport.
I would also like to emphasize the following about this system. Fortunately, the interpreter does not hear the Japanese interpreter. So we've developed this system together with the team. Due to the coronavirus pandemic, we have not been able to complete the development of the system. However, after the Olympic, we continue to develop this system, and we are confident that this is the most objective and equitable system out there. We are confident that we will be very helpful for the development of boxing by putting it on the right track. We can also improve the world of boxing, the boxing family, and all the athletes and the judges and the coaches. We will also engage the audience, viewers and spectators, and improve the attractiveness of boxing. This is a fairly simple system, but it will make it possible for us to improve the popularity of boxing. So there is a bout review system. However, in our opinion, bout review as such is a very problematic system. Everyone is making a lot of complaints. People don't feel well using this system, neither the coaches nor the athletes from either of the sides. So the boxers all over the world want to improve the qualifications of coaches. So this is their sincere wish. With this system, the coaches will be able to study what went well, what didn't go so well, and what they can do to improve their own qualifications.
So when they think and elaborate about it. And again, thank you very much indeed for your patience and for your time given to us for our presentation. Thank you. Dear Mr. President Umar, thank you very much indeed. And I would like to kindly ask you to share with us about your first impressions. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the Japanese Federation, Uchido, for their enthusiasm for just decisions. And I would like to thank Mr. Pichai for his work. With his presence, so many things have changed for the better. And I believe that the championships will be held on the continent using that new system. And I would like to empower the president of the Japanese Federation, Uchido, to elaborate, to work on the system together with a team of Professor McLaren and with our chairman of the referees and our sports director, with Chris, so that together they would create a working group in order to implement the system. We need to fight. We need to ensure the justice, that our athletes, that they have it. In general, we can say that the process of referees is there, it is set up. However, we need to empower them. We need to change the mentality, the culture of referees. We are the guarantee for our judges and for our referees, and we will fight for it. Today, the heads of our continental federations, of our national federations, they are young and smart, ambitious. Regarding the Asian Confederation, I can only say that the team is great. Under the leadership of Mr. Pichai, who has this national federation as Uchido, working so effectively in their country and proposing such an effective new system. Thank you very much. This is the Federation of Japan, the Asian Confederation, and yes, I mandate the Japanese Federation together with a team of McLaren to finalize and implement the system. Thank you. And also, I would like to give the floor to Gabriel, who will tell us about the coaches. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. President.
Take very 5 minutes because I know that you all are pretty tired and it's pretty freezing. So I will try to make it very quick because coaches are the most important role ever. If it wasn't for the coaches, no one in this room has any reason to be. Are you all agree with me? Yes or no? Yes? Fantastic. That's why all the program for the next year comes with an hashtag, which is no coaches, no boxing. And most of you already following myself on all social medias as witnessed already what we are doing, because I want to empower the coaches. Coaches, unfortunately, during the years did some mistake, which is some behavioral mistake. And I put myself into it because I'm a coach, I've been a coach for years, and I know that we need to improve in certain levels. That's what I'm going to do for next year. Going through the program, next year my goal is 1,000 certification of one-star course, which is the mandatory one by the rules. It's an easy number, trust me, and I will break it down for you straight away. 25 courses, 40 participants, each courses. 10 courses would be in English, 5 in Arabic, 5 in Spanish, 5 in Russian. We spoke about yesterday about the French. I heard, and I'm not, of course, forgetting anything. 10 of the courses that will be done in English will have a translation for French. I already done it for Africa with 2 translation on the go while I was teaching in English, so it's absolutely doable. There is no problem. What we are going to do is totally different, because I'm not going to teach any boxing during a 1-star coaching course, because when the coaches are coming to me, they must be already highly qualified in their national coaches development. It's very important. The last course that I did in Spain, we had 30 coaches, were amazing. All of them, not even one, all of them had the highest level of national coaching development. In fact, we could really deliver high development. In that case, I had the opportunity to improve more the psychological management of the boxer, which I've written myself, and it's very important. Now, psychology finally is understood how is important, because everything is happening here. The body follows, but it's the mind that is leading anything. So if the coaches can understand how to improve their psychological management of the boxer's skills, way to go. That's where we are going, absolutely, and that's where we will be really changing the game. Now, for the 2 stars and 3 stars, I have a bigger goal, because, you know, I'm about bigger goals all the time. So I want to turn the 2 stars and 3 stars, which are not mandatory, in university-level courses. What means? That we will have a 1-year full program where we will teach to the 2 stars coaches how to turn in certified assistant head coach, teaching them also all the duties that real assistant head coach need to know. The 3 stars, of course, will be the certified head coach, meaning that we always forget that head coach have some duties which are very important and mandatory for the National Federation to be represented, like talking to the NOC, talking to the government, understanding the budget, how to use the budget through the 4 years, which are the Olympic cycle. So there is a lot of things that we can really improve. And look at the point from a young coach that is looking at the university, and maybe he will take some degree in things that we'll never use, but we will give them an opportunity to have a degree in what he really loves and what he will really do, boxing. So this is absolutely a game changer. For all the 1-star course coaches, also we will have, and after the certification, they will be on probation. They will have 1 year ongoing education online, where we will teach them more and more and more about nutrition, about psychology, about strategy. We will invite super coaches. We will give them really a huge empowerment, especially on the behavior, because what we are going to teach in the 1-star coaches courses mostly is procedures and behavior, because a coach, I said that it's the most important role, yes, but also has the most the bigger responsibility, because everyone is looking at the coach. Now, we agreed today with the president, which I really thank for this, the prize money for the coaches. And I'm sure that the moment they will hear, they will do backflips all day today. But with that comes also something which is very important, the disciplinary pathway will be tougher, because if we want to raise the level of our coaches, we need also strict rules, meaning that my proposal is this, that if any coach will do anything wrong during a competition, in or out, because a role of a coach is 24 hours a day. You don't just put the tracksuit and you are a coach, you take a step back, and then you are not a coach. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. And I want to be sure that all the coaches understand the importance of their role. They are the most important. So we will work on 3 strikes. 1 strike will be 6 months of suspension. 2 strikes, 1 year. The 3rd strike, this coach will never be guaranteed again of the state of coach. I think that My 5 minutes are already done. I promise you that I would be quick, and I try to be very quick, so it's enough. Good. Thank you very much. And we will give you, of course, very soon the pathway for the registration, so we will be capable to organize all the continents, all the languages. Most, as the president already said, will happening online, so costless, absolutely, and will be easier to organize it. Thank you very much, and now have a good lunch, because we are going there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Не, good, все. Thank you, Gabriel. Спасибо.
Yes, Gabriel, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Well done. Yes, the training courses will be free of charge for the coaches, for all of the participants, and we need to make sure that we have the best coaches, the best athletes then therefore. And again, I would like to thank you all for your work. I would like to thank all the presidents of our continents and the their teams and their offices of our continental federations and the offices of national federations and the presidents of national federations. And I would like to extend my gratitude to all board members and the team of Professor McLaren, all volunteers and all the IBA office team, all boxers and coaches. I would like to thank for making boxing popular, for developing it, for your participation. I would like to thank you. Long story short, together we're one big family. Boxing unites us. There is no color of skin, there is no limit, there is no border. There is no nation when it comes to boxing. We only have one word, boxing. I congratulate you with finishing this Congress, and thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before to leave, I kindly ask you if some journalists, they have the intention to have some questions. Is still valid, this one? Do you have any question? It's okay. Then, finish. We will see you tonight in the IBA Pro Boxing series, which is coming with the Champions Night. And thank you very much for your attendance.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Thank you.